Good morning, honorable members. We shall now have the opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you so much. Yeah, we must thank the MEC for Public Works. You can see Limpopo Legislature is now revamping indeed. Premier, ra leboga re betheleng MEC wa Public Works matso. Except that my office was flooding last week, so we hope Urleona itla loka mara ye. Yeah, you deserve a round of applause. Good morning, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba. Honorable MECs present today. The Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Mkhonyana, the Deputy Chief Whip. You know, the Deputy Speaker just told me, Deputy Chair of Chairs just told me, don't be surprised with their English. They just arrived from US, so their English is no longer coming from vets. Let me greet the leader of the opposition, Honorable Mapoulo, the leader of other political parties who are here, the DA, UAT, MK Party, Freedom Front Plus, all honorable members, good morning. We greet even those that are following us on the social media. We must greet the HODs present here today, as well as those that are on the gallery. You are warmly welcome to this sitting of today. We are here after some 2 weeks recess, and I know that you didn't have much time. Next time, programming will think of us when they decide on recess, whether we need 2 weeks or we need a month. That must be considered by the programming committee. Honorable members, we now shall move directly to item 2 in terms of motions without notice, in terms of House Rule 145. I've got few here, but I don't see some members who are supposed to be giving us motions without notice. Honorable Law, because I expected people to raise hand, but I don't see them. You can, if you are ready, if you are ready, you can proceed.
Thanks very much, and greetings, Honorable Speaker, and to the House. Motion without notice, which is condolences to the Kunutu family, the family of the late Vincent Kunutu. I rise on behalf of the EFF in Limpopo to move without notice that the House notes the EFF and the people of Polokwane in particular and Seshego mourns the passing away of community activist, businessman, champion of township development, Mr. Vincent Kunutu, who passed away after a short illness. Mr. Kunutu was a community activist who confronted crime, fought against drug abuse and substance abuse. He dedicated his life to the upliftment of his community. He was widely respected for his dedication to community development, crime prevention, and youth empowerment across Polokwane, Seshego, Moleji, and surrounding areas. As the former chairperson of Seshego Community Against Crime and Gangsterism, he was at the forefront of service delivery protests, anti-drug campaigns, and initiatives aimed at improving township life. Upon receiving the sad news of his death, tributes poured from government, political leaders, media, and residents. This is testimony, Honorable Speaker, of his influence and contribution towards community development in the area of Polokwane. Mr. Kunutu put his life on the line, playing the role of community activist when it was not fashionable to do so, or when there was nothing to get in return. He was an advocate of gender-based violence, against gender-based violence and corruption within the justice system. In honor of Mr. Kunutu, we call upon our communities to stand against failure to provide services, failure to create jobs, failure to create youth development, failure to give people better life, failure to give Africans economic freedom which they deserve. He fought against failure by the government to limit the high rates of electricity and water tariffs. Let us unite South Africans, in particular the people of Polokwane, in honor of Ntate Kunutu, to join the picket lines and make sure that we fight for what the citizens deserve. The people of Polokwane lost a soldier who dedicated his life when it was not fashionable. And we say to the Kunutu family, his family, and the friends and the people of Seshego, condolences to you. The EFF stands with you and will continue with the journey of fighting against crime, corruption, lack of services, and make sure that our streets are cleared of drugs. Salute.
Thank you so much. Is there any seconder to the motion? Honorable Mlapo.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and greetings to everyone. I rise to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the ANC in this august house to send messages of condolences to the families of the 4 women who lost their lives in a bus crash on the R81 next to Haskop. The deceased met their untimely deaths on their way to Moria on Saturday evening. We commend the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in the province, May Violet Mate, for visiting the patients who sustained injuries in hospital. We also want to use this occasion to make a current call and urge all motorists to exercise caution on the roads and ensure that their vehicles are always roadworthy before undertaking their journeys. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims as they traverse this period of bereavement. I so move.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Bongani.
Thank you very much, Honorable the Speaker. I, Bongani Abednego Nkonyane, the son of Mbuti Nkonyane, the late, stand to second the motion is moved by Honorable Shai. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkonyana and Honorable Honorable Member, do you have a motion? Okay. Honorable Check, you can now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to everybody. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Mkhonto Wesizwe to move without notice that the House notes for over 4 years, the community has been requesting for cleaning and maintenance of the cemetery, as well as secure it with a decent fence. That is the community of Blouberg. The community never received assistance from the Blouberg municipality. All, as the black people will respect graveyard sites, believe there should be dignity in the cemetery as it connects us with our loved ones. They need access to great equipment for site maintenance as the site is in a very bad situation. Let us restore the dignity of our people. I so move.
Any seconder to the motion? In the absence of any seconder, the motion will fall off. Can we just proceed? Honorable Mohale?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to yourself, greetings to the members of the legislature. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC for this House to note the successful Women's Day celebrations event which was held in the Greater Tzaneen local municipality this past weekend. The 2025 Women's Day celebration were held under the theme Building Resilient Economies in resonance of the struggles faced by the majority of our women in the country. Honorable Speaker, Women's Day continues to be one of the milestones of our events calendar as it counts amongst the turning point of our country's fight against apartheid and subjugation. Today, some 69 years since 20,000 women took to the street against the apartheid government, the people of South Africa still look at this occasion with pride as a cornerstone of the liberation struggle. This past weekend's occasion was also a demonstration of how the people of this province support this government and its programs. During his address of the occasion, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ramaphosa, reminded South Africans about the milestones that this government has attained towards the creation of an equal and non-sexist society. We owe a great deal of gratitude to the thousands of women who took part in the 1956 demonstrations, who dismantled patriarchy and paved a way for the multitudes of women of today who are occupying top positions in big conglomerates which were traditionally led by men. I so move.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? May Faith, Honorable Faith Sibopela.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to second the motion as passed by Honorable Mohali.
Thank you so much. I think we are done with motions without notice. I will now move to item 3. Are the notices of motion in terms of House Rule 146? Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance in terms of Rule 146 to introduce the following motion: that the Limpopo Provincial Legislature is mandated by the Constitution to conduct oversight on all provincial executive organs of state. Section 41A and B of the PFMA provides that the accounting officers for the departments must keep full proper records of the financial affairs of the department in accordance with any prescribed norms and standards, and must prepare their financial statements for each of those financial years. Section 41C further states that those financial statements must be submitted within 2 months after the end of the financial year. Section 41D therefore requires the accounting officers to submit within 5 months to the end of a financial year to the relevant treasury, and in case of the department, also the executive authority responsible for that department, all of the annual reports, financial statements, as well as the AG reports of those issues. Section 65(1)A of the PFMA obliges the executive authority responsible for the department to table in the provincial legislature these reports. Rule 205(1) of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature of these rules provide that the provisions of the PFMA apply in respect of reporting and responsibilities of these provincial organs of state, as well as Rule 205, read together with 205(4), requires that the leader of governance business on behalf of these MECs introduce these APPs. And Rule 205(9) provides that the committee reports must be submitted within a period of 90 days. Section 65(2) of the PFMA, read together with Rule 205(10), provides that if an executive authority fails to table the annual reports and the financial statements of the departments together with the audit report on those statements in the relevant legislature within 6 months after the end of the financial year to which those statements relate, the executive authority must table written explanation in this House for the reasons for why they were not tabled. Today and on Thursday, we will table such reports in this House, and the Democratic Alliance has noted with great concern that the following reports under the Office of the Premier, the Department of Education, Agriculture, Health, Public Works, Road Agency, Limpopo, and as well as the legislature were not compliant. I therefore move that the following resolutions be taken by this House, that the following office bearers table in written explanation in the legislature setting out the reason why those were not timelessly tabled, and this will include the Office of the Premier, the Chairperson of the Public Administration, MEC for Education, Agriculture, Health, Public Works, Chairperson of the Road Agency Limpopo, and the Honourable Speaker, your office as well. And that the Speaker furnish the AG with a copy of the notice of motion and the resolution to this issue as a special report of delay. Thank you very much.
Honorable Smile, I'm looking at the rules, and I don't see whether your motion qualifies to be a motion. Because according to the rules, 146.1, it says when giving the notice of a motion, a member must read it loud and deliver at the table and signed copy of the notice. You don't have to read the whole, because it must be allowed. You are giving a notice that you want members to come and debate. But in your motion already, in your notice already, you are giving resolutions, which the motion has never been debated anyway. So my concern is just submit to the Secretariat, would look into it legally, and will be able to advise you accordingly. But we're just worried that when we look in terms of the rules, it looks like it's offline.
I take note of your recommendations, Honourable Speaker, and therefore I will then withdraw the parts of the resolution and then submit to your office. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We shall now proceed in that order to item 4 are the statements, my members, in line with Rule 199. Member statements here, I do have members who have got member statements. Member State, Honorable Maolo, is he here? You are going to read it, Honorable, okay. You can, it was 2 of you, so is it only you now? Oh, okay, so it means the one here on, yeah, on the member statement. Yes, we are now at item 4. Over to you, Honorable Mekhotatso Mogwane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning. Allow me to greet the Leader of the Official Opposition and fellow members. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is shocked by the revelations that Lepelle Nkumpi local municipality officials stole an identity document of Mr. Simon Tobejane to siphon money from the municipality's coffers. Mr. Tobejane alluded to the fact that his identity has been used since 2018 as a ghost worker, earning 20,000 per month and a salary paid to an unknown municipal official. This means officials have pocketed over 1.5 million since 2018. Mr. Tobejane noticed this when the system kept on declining him for the 350 social grants, saying he was working for the government. He opened a case of identity theft at the Luagomo police station, where it was revealed that he is being used as a ghost worker at Lepelle Nkumpi local municipality. He also notified the municipality, and the matter was referred to Risk Department. We call upon the Hawks and the SIU to finalize their investigations on this matter, and corrupt officials must be arrested. We further call on all law enforcement authorities to investigate all municipalities for corruption on ghost workers. This problem could be deeper than we all think. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm reading my statement now. Thuggish and criminal behavior by Makhudu local municipality. Honorable Speaker, the EFF condemns in strongest terms the thuggish and the criminal behavior of Makhudu local municipality during the council sitting of the 30th of July 2025. On this day, the municipality unleashed bouncers on our councillors for merely holding them accountable by demanding answers on service delivery issues as part of their constitutional mandate. It is also alarming that the infrastructure projects would be discussed in committees, but the committee members are not allowed to conduct oversight. Furthermore, honorable speakers, go na le di-taxi mola Makhuduthamaga tše re di bitšang di-plasana tše e leng gore every day municipality o ba tšela di-taxi tša bona, honorable speaker, under false pretense that they do not have permits. Only taxis that are owned by members who are aligned to the ruling party are not pounded, honorable speaker. And our communities are expected to pay 5,000 rand to get their taxes back, while the municipality do not even have bylaws to protect them or that forces them to do that. But to Baba di Plaza, honorable speaker, ba tswela pele ba apply the permit ko masipaleng, and masipala o ba fe di permit even when they meet the minimum requirements. So we strongly condemn the abuse of power by the municipality in favor of politically connected individuals and relatives. One of our councillor, honorable speaker, on that day suffered a hand fracture when bouncers were banging them against walls. About 10 officials of the municipality also suffered when they were pepper sprayed by the same bouncers. We strongly condemn the conduct of the coward municipality for refusing to be held accountable. The people of Makhuduthamaga deserves better, and they need services as in yesterday. And we will continue to expose the self-seeking and selfish mayor of Makhuduthamaga for who she is. I thank you.
Honorable Mokgwane, thank you so much. Those were the only two member statements. I will now allow executive, Honorable Premier and the MECs. I'm not sure who's the MEC, Honorable Makamu, leader of government business, but now as you are responsible portfolio for local government, I think over to you, MEC.
Thanks very much. Greeting to yourself, Speaker, Dr. Wakrupechi. Greetings to the Premier, members of the Executive Council, and honorable members. Let me appreciate the first statement, member statement by Honorable Mokgwane. Definitely, if this House can always be objective to that level, I think we can go far. That definitely, if any criminal activity is seen anywhere, whether it's in the Lepelle or Cogstar, we should be able to refer the matter to the law enforcement agency, which government has created. And I can be able to assure honorable members and Honorable Mokgwane here that we will be able to follow up the matter. In fact, already the matter is receiving attention as we saw it on social media and communicated with the municipality. Honorable Speaker, the second one talks about Makhuduthamaga local municipality. Let me say it is not the wish of us to make sure that there are bouncers within our municipal council chambers. But we should also agree that we will not accept in any way disruptions within our councils when decisions are to be taken. When people disrupt councils, a mechanism must put in place to make sure that there is order. And I think the Speaker of the municipality was trying to restore order in that council chamber with the directly appointed officials to put order. And that is what, whether it was police, whether it was bouncers, but what I can say is that we were trying to put order. Even here we have got sergeant of arms. If they manage somebody, may turn it to be bouncers, even if they are not bouncers. So that part we should. The other part, which talks about the taxes being pounded, if we were to apply the same principle that law should always be attended to, there's nothing like ANC or the ruling party getting favor. If people are not having permits, they must be pounded and made to pay the fines as is required, because there will be no law that will choose whether it's an EFF or it's an ANC. We should be able to commend the municipality to bringing order there in Makhado Tamar. And all of us, we should be able to support. And I'm going to support them more, that they pound those do not have permits, because that will create taxi violence within our communities, and we'll be able to deal with that. So we should be able. Somebody brought the honorable speaker.
Let's allow the MEC to conclude. MEC, you can proceed.
I'm saying we will continue to support the municipality, that law and order be enforced at all costs. If there are illegal taxis, we should be able to impound them before we can have taxi violence within our communities. That we'll be able to do. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mawani, order, please. Can we now proceed in terms of the orders of the day? We are now, honorable members, can we come back to the House? That was just a commercial break by Honorable Mawani. We must thank the MEC for responding. We were supposed to have an executive member statement, but because the honorable executive member is not around, we'll have to put it next time when she's here. We'll now proceed. Therefore, there will be none on executive member statement rule 200. We'll now proceed to item 6, any tabling of the committee reports and other reports and papers. 6.1 is the tabling of the addendum of the 2025-2026 annual performance plan of the Department of Coxstar. Honorable MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. In compliance with provision of Section 27, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Act number 1 of 1999 as amended by Act number 29 of 1999, as well as Chapter 5 of the Treasury Regulations. Honorable Speaker, I, Musina-Makhado for Coxstar, hereby table before this House an addendum to the 2025-26 annual performance plan for the Department of Coxstar for consideration and noting by the Limpopo Legislature. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Tatan Makamu Ikensesunene. The addendum of the 2025-2026 annual performance plan of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs is referred to the Portfolio Committee on Coxstar for consideration and report back to the House. We now move directly to item 7 on the orders of the day. 7.1, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Public Administration Committee Chair. Committee Chairperson of the Public Administration, it's Honorable Choris Pokani, Johannes. Honorable Johannes Choris Pokani.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Musina-Makhado, the Honorable Premier, the members of the Executive Council present here, the Chief Whip and the entirety of the Whippery, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Leader of Opposition Party, honorable members present. Honorable Speaker, I move for the consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration. 7.1.1, 2024-2025 Amended Annual Performance Plan, Office of the Premier.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Nempongolunu.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. I stand here to support and second the motion presented by the chairperson of Public Administration Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Over to you.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I once more move for the consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio of Committee on Public Administration, 7.2.1, 2023-2024 Annual Report of Office of the Premier.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Dr. Slani.
Dr. Speaker. The whipper is not whipping well. Be as it may, I want to second the move by the chairperson of Public Administration, Honorable Pokan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Slani. Chairperson, over to you.
Honorable Speaker, I once more move for the consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration. 7.3.1, 2024-2025 First Quarter Report of Office of the Premier.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Mnisi.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Grace Makurupeji. I stand to support the submission for consideration and adoption by the chairperson. Thank you.
Kensashnene Manana Mnisi. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I once more move for the consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 Second Quarter Report of Office of the Premier.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Mdaka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Makoma Mkurupeji. I rise to second the move as made by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Public Administration that this House supports the motion as he raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I move for the consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 Third Quarter Report of Office of the Premier.
Thanks. Now you can go and sit down while I'm looking for a seconder for the report. Someone coming from US, fresh from US. Honorable Bella Kupa Mabuza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the move as presented by the Honorable Chairperson Pokan.
Thank you so much, Chair. You can now go and sit down. I'm now going to refer to the speaker's list. Oh, fourth quarter. Oh, sorry. I thought you are done. Okay, you can proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I move for the consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 Fourth Quarter Report of Office of the Premier.
I was ahead of you. Any seconder? Honorable, yeah, I'm stuck. Piedi, Solomon.
Maseka Solomon PhD. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Makhado. I rise to second the presentation made by the Honorable Chair on the 2024-25, the fourth quarter report office of the Premier. Thank you so much.
Re leboha moruti Piedi. Kgotsayat. Tshwarelo e behilwe. Thank you so much. We'll now shall refer to the speakers list. The first person who's opening the debate is Honorable Nechipepe Katuchelo John. Honorable members will realize now, because of the number of debates, we have added minutes. The programming was so considerate that they've given you more minutes. Instead of 10, you've got 14 minutes because of the number of the debates, yeah. Yeah, you can now proceed. Your 14 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Chief Whip, and all members of the House. Honorable Speaker, the committees of this House are explicitly obliged to act in the best interests of the public in exercising their work as instructed by Section 114 of the Constitution of the Republic, read with Rule 81 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Limpopo Legislature. Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, through the Office of the Premier, is responsible for monitoring, making inquiries, and the necessary recommendations relating to departmental budgets, strategic plans, restructuring, and the rationalization, amongst others. In this way, the Office of the Premier is held accountable to ensure that departments spend the voted amounts responsibly. The 2024-2025 financial year annual performance plan points out what transpired during the sixth administration, as well as paving the way forward to what is expected to be done in the seventh administration. Both the 2023-2024 annual reports and the 2023-24 amended annual performance plan reflects the performance targets of the Office of the Premier as aligned to the medium-term strategic framework 2019-2024. Madam Speaker, during the financial year under review, the audit outcomes of the provincial departments indicated a regression, whereby other departments moved from clean audit to unqualified audit opinion, while public entities maintained their audit outcome status. As a result of how departments and entities performed, Office of the Premier assured the committee that the audit action plan will address the recurring audit findings by the Auditor General, South Africa, as evident of poor audit outcomes of the department. The office finalized and adopted the Provincial Collaborative Support Framework. The purpose of the framework is to outline the responsibilities, procedures, and activities of the key role players responsible for collaboratively supporting the departments, so they remain capable to execute their mandates within the governance parameters provided for in the legislation and the policy. The office received a clean audit opinion for the 2023-2024 financial year, which shows that the Limpopo Provincial Administration remain committed and will continue to implement the medium-term development plan and the national development plan to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030. In line with serving our people with dignity, the provincial government, as led by the Office of the Premier, will focus on accelerating socio-economic development building capable and ethical public service and administration, and implementing the integrated social security system towards total eradication of poverty. The provincial government has aligned itself with the National Development Plan by developing the Limpopo Development Plan 2020-2025, which serves as an overarching development plan to coordinate disaggregated contribution of all sectors in the province, both public and private, towards the attainment of the objectives, targets, priorities as set out in the NDP Vision 2030. The Limpopo Development Plan is in line with is in alignment with the medium-term expenditure framework priorities to guide the spheres of government together with civil society, business, and organized labor to plan jointly, coordinate spatially referenced budgeting and the integrated socio-economic service delivery implementation in keeping with the principles of district development model. The LDP envisions to create a socio-economic environment that is beneficial to all the citizenry, irrespective of race, creed, gender, and age. It also aims to create a future wherein villages, townships, and smart cities coexist in harmony. Amongst many other things, the purpose of the LDP is centered around striving for economic recovery and social development and accelerate transformation to enable the province to address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It is also aiming to provide a framework for the government departmental strategic plans, annual performance plans, and multiple municipal integrated development plans, together with all sector plans, including socio-economic development, contributions by the private sector, civil society, and organized labor, towards the achievement of provincial economic growth and social development objectives. The committee therefore recommended the following to the Office of the Premier. One, to monitor the implementation of Audit Action Plan, retain the clean audit achieved in the financial year 2022-23 moving forward, continue with the implementation of all internal and external audit recommendations, ensure that there is compliance of monitoring of the implementation of equity policy and preferential procurement, monitor and ensure that spatial planning is responsive to the immediate needs of the people, especially where residential developments are not provided with adequate basic services such as water, electricity, and access to schools. Intensify monitoring on the integrated infrastructure development plan and job creation through the infrastructure development project. And lastly, to ensure improved road maintenance and assist in the increase of funding for construction of new roads to connect more villages for economic initiatives and growth. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration considered and adopted the 2024-25 APP and the 2023-2024 annual report and the 2024-2025 quarterly reports. So on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I therefore urge the House to consider and adopt the report as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate he saved our time. He's only used the 9 minutes of the 14, which is really commendable. Honorable Wilson is not here. Honorable Small is going to debate on his behalf on the space. Honorable Small Jacobos Frederick.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, what a mockery is this, seeking the consideration and adoption of the 2023-24 annual report and the 2024-25 quarterly reports of the Office of the Premier, when we are already deep into the 2025-26 financial year. This is not just an administration incompetence, it's a breach of the PFMA, a violation of our Constitution, and an affront to the mandate of this House to ensure effective, transparent, and accountable government. It suggests willful shielding of underperformance and chronic institutional dysfunction. Accountability delayed is accountability denied. And accountability denied is nothing less than oversight, sabotage. Quarterly reports are not bureaucratic paperwork. They are this legislature's early warning systems. They allow us to track performance and spending in real time to act before crisis deepens. When these reports arrive months late, the damage is already done. Overspending cannot be recovered, underspending cannot be redirected, and service delivery failures cannot be fixed in time to help the communities suffering the consequences. Yet, here we are, considering outdated annually and quarterly reports for the 2023-24, 24-25 financial years, when just weeks ago we finalized the APP budgets for the 25-26 and some committees already finalizing their first quarterly reports of this current financial years. This turns oversight into a rear view mirror exercise, debating yesterday's problems while today's spiral out of control. It is nonsensical, irrational, reckless, and outright dangerous. Speaker, the 2023-24 annual report of the Office of the Premier is not a celebration of progress. It is a confession of persistent failure. Yes, the Premier boast of clean audits, but an unqualified audit is not a measure of prosperity. It is the bare minimum of compliance. It means nothing when our people still sit in the dark, without water, without jobs, and without hope. While much of the provincial and municipal administrations, for which the Premier must take ultimately responsibility, remain in dysfunction and near collapse. Behind the glossy language, the report admits to the same systematic weakness we have been warning about for years: a 25% vacancy rate across departments, with most unfunded, fewer nurses, fewer teachers, fewer engineers, and fewer frontline officials where they are needed the most. Irregular expenditure still in the hundreds of millions of rands, money wasted without consequences, chronic supply chain failures, and poor contract management, stalling projects, inflating costs, and piling up court cases. Our economy is stuck in first gear, floundering below the national average, with no credible diversification plan. Instead, we gamble on catalytic projects like the Makhado Musina Special Economic Zone, already mired into litigation, non-compliance, and scandal, with no fallback plan. The report itself admits to a constant migration of skilled youth to other provinces. Youth unemployment sits above 40%, with a third of our young people not in education, employment, or in training. This is a province bleeding with talent. South Africa's network industries, freight, rail, ports, and digital infrastructures are in collapse. Limpopo connections should be leading in the fifth industrial revolution, yet it struggled to get past the third. Rail freight volumes have plummeted from 226 million tons in 2017-18 to just 152 million in 23-24. Agriculture cannot get produce to ports without crippling delays. Without mining connections, goods must be trucked to Mozambique. because our own terminals cannot meet the demand. The result? 55,000 jobs lost in the last quarter alone. These industries are the backbone of a modern economy. Without our urgent reform, investment in infrastructure, and strong bilateral agreements, even the proclamation of the two SEZs will not lift Limpopo out of stagnation. Meanwhile, schools, clinics, and roads remain unfinished. Health posts for doctors and nurses go unfilled. Children still learn in classroom without safe sanitation or drinking water. Repeat findings from the AG show no corrective follow-through as sign of administration, more focus on ticking compliance boxes than delivering real change. Honourable Speaker, this paints the picture of a provincial government that is operationally hollowed out through chronic vacancies and unfunded posts, economically stagnant, over-reliant on politically convenient mechanized projects with poor delivery records, financially non-compliant with high irregular expenditure and poor contract oversight, weak on impact, obsessed with process and paperwork rather than measurable improvements in people's lives. This dysfunction is not an accident. As the DA, we say clearly the continued deployment of cadres in inherently corrupt and corrosive practices has hollowed our institution, weakened state capacity, and left organs of state vulnerable to instability and factional manipulation, including this House itself. We demand that the late tabling of APP's quarterly reports and annual reports be formally investigated in an open, transparent, and public process with accountability and consequences to ensure the deliberate erosion of oversight never happens again. Speaker, Limpopo has not failed because it cannot do better. It has failed because this government refused to do better. It's trapped in a corrupt, crony-infested web, which it cannot and will not want to escape. The people of Limpopo deserve honesty, and it would seem that this government is incapable of fixing what has broken. It is time for us to fix it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Small. At least you are left with 1 minute out of the 9. So we'll now go to Honorable Mapoulo Makgabo. No, today is 11 minutes. It's not 7. Today has got 11.
Thank you very much. You know, the reason why you are a doctor, today I received 11 minutes, and thank you very much, Honorable Premier and leader of business, and Tate Bioscope Makamu, other MECs, my colleagues from the Red Beret, including the Chief Whip Memogwane, the Progressive Alliance up there, thank you very much. Now next time you'll get a seconder. Kumana, don't worry. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makuru Pecha will never join the choir that expresses its appreciation to the executing authority, the accounting officer, and all officials of the Premier for obtaining a clean audit during the year under review. We refuse to join the choir because while it is a good thing that the office of the Premier has obtained clean audit, and we said congratulations for that matter, we are not jealous, but the department, municipalities, entities continue to suffocate and collapse under your watchmen. The EFF is disappointed that the office of the Premier has drastically failed to share information of the best practices
and how to obtain a clean audit opinion with entities and departments. It is no use to shine alone, ma'am, while your department and municipalities and SOEs continue to collapse under your watch. It's like mama, I help her every morning, I put her the eyelashes, I put her the kwai, I put her the, you know, check out the pila, this leto, bana impa batsama kama utu lemanga. Some state-owned enterprises in Limpopo have faced significant challenges, including financial difficulties and operational failures, which have led to perception of collapse and near collapse. GNT, government-owned company, is just a prime example. And I think the number of bailouts they've been received, it must come to a halt. I think it's enough. Premier, you have been having a heart of a woman, but now I need to loan you my heart so that you can be able to deal with that situation. Even if I can loan you for 2 minutes, I know you are going to do justice. SOEs have developmental mandate. At the same time, need to remain commercially viable to ensure that they can sustain themselves without having to rely on government guarantees. However, SOEs are in serious financial difficulty, facing liquidity challenges which have halted operations, prevented them from paying their debts and obligations as they fall due. Both problems stem from slow of ineffective implementation of turnaround plans. Ailing SOEs place further pressure on government by needing bailouts and through potential failure of obligation because of guarantees. The ANC-led administration continues to bail out failing state-owned entities, and yet they want us to celebrate the clean audit of your office. I can't speak of the airport every day. My heart bleeds, especially with the kind of leadership administratively that's leading that airport. The sooner you make changes, the better to save that important asset for the province. This department selflessly continue to bask in the glory of a clean audit, while other departments and municipalities continue limping as they struggle to perform. State-owned entities face the prospect of closing shop due to underperformance, maladministration, and corruption. Honorable Speaker, under normal circumstances, state-owned entities should be able to generate their own revenue, grow the economy, and create jobs for our people, and not suck money from treasury, and it is currently the case. Despite the clean audit, procurement and service provider challenges led to postponement of ICT project completions, impacting strategic timelines. Infrastructure projects were delayed due to service provider constraints, which could be easily avoided by your office if they pay attention to details. Furthermore, the province faces an infrastructure backlog impacting 124,000 households. There's no cogent, deliberate, and urgent plan by the government to provide service to the people as per the mandate of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disappointed that water in the province regressed from 71.3% to 69.1%. Furthermore, electricity in the province regressed from 97.2% to 96.4%. And we can't forget about talking about ESCOM, which is currently milking our people. Forget about the Polokwane municipality with electricity. Our people are suffocating. This regression signifies the lack of political will to provide services to the people. And so we should not be surprised when departments which look upon your office regresses. How will the department improve on the audit outcome and perform when your office continues to be a bad example on matters of one, governance and administration? Can your office explain to this August House why the implementation of external audit recommendation reached 83% against a target of 98%? Non-compliance within the office concerning employment equity for people with disabilities is disturbing. Other departments are doing better in this regard as compared to your office, Premier, which could be, you must be leading by an example. The failure of these departments and entities reflects the collapse of both leadership and governance in this administration to steer the ship to the right direction. You don't have to have fear to replace MECs who are not delivering. You must be able, and also because it's the month of August, I think before ASCC, you will be able to appoint a me wa replace monna wa utswafa wa MEC ka gore o ka no ba o le gausi le ena on jwale o no lebelela wa no kgetha wa lebelela mosadi wa o shoma ka mo ene o no ntšha o motse wa monna o tswafa wa lokela mosadi o motse ke ya go botša tše ka moka tše re di boletseng tše di o diagala ka legadima a ke le lwese ke ra gore bjale ke nako ya gore basadi ba ba thakgale mbokotho e le ka sebethe matsogo le na le mona.
Re kwele taba ya gore ka August o ka ba le monna wa o se fe mosadi tšhelete ke bothata. Mara rena ba re boditše gore banna ba tshwantse ba re rate ka lerato la love. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed. Honorable Mapolo for saving our time. At least you save us 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Thank you so much. We'll now allow the chair of the committee, Honorable Pukani Maudi Johannes, to come and close the debate.
Honorable Speaker, ntumelele ke le tamiši ke ska e gata mehlala ka baka la gore ke gomile fa peleng ka tamiša. Honorable Speaker, the legislature is constitutionally mandated to play oversight over the executive as per Section 114, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. As mandated by this August House, Honorable Speaker, this Limpopo legislature, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration has been hard at work ensuring that it plays its oversight role on the office of the Premier. And it behooves me, Honorable Speaker, to indicate that the office of the Premier has consistently appeared before the committee, thereby enabling the committee to execute its duties and functions as bestowed upon it by the legislature. The main function of the Office of the Premier is to provide strategic leadership, coordination, support to the Premier and the Provincial Executive Council. This includes coordinating provincial policies, legislation, and administration, as well as overseeing service delivery and monitoring performance. This function, as highlighted above, is carried out through 3 programs instituted within the Office of the Premier, namely administration, institutional development and support, as well as governance and policy. The performance of each program is measured against planned outputs as contained in the annual performance plan. Honorable Speaker, on the 18th of March 2024, the Office of the Premier briefed the Committee of Public Administration on the amendment of the 2024-2025 annual performance plan and budget. The committee, through subsequent meetings of robust and frank engagement with the Office of the Premier in relation to the amendment of the 2024-2025 financial year annual performance plan and budget, concurred to the submission. The amendment was done in terms of available government frameworks and developed guidelines. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee has also looked into the 2023-2024 annual report in its endeavor to hold the Office of the Premier accountable. It is worth highlighting that the Office of the Premier has seen an improvement in its audit outcome in the financial year 2023-2024, as it managed to clinch a clean audit outcome, which is an improvement from an unqualified audit outcome in the preceding year. It's something worth celebrating, Honorable Speaker, because we expect the Office of the Premier to lead by example. With this clean audit outcome, it will be able to persuade other departments as well as municipalities to do likewise. The 2023-2024 financial year annual report depicted a mixture or a mixed bag of achievements and failures. For instance, in the same financial year, there has been an improvement in the matric pass rate as compared to the previous years. The province was able to achieve a 79.5% pass rate. The provincial government was also able to record an improvement in respect of the number of ECD practitioners who were trained. There were around 100,100 people, practitioners, who were trained. And this led to a high number of children participating in the ECD programs. It should be brought to the attention of this August House that the government, the provincial government, has managed to ensure that they maintain a partial vacancy rate of less than 10%. Besides the achievements highlighted above, it remains critical that the Office of the Premier take note of the challenges that remain perennial in the province. The financial year under review recorded a worrying decline in respect of socio-economic infrastructure. This pertains to access of water, it has been indicated, as well as access to electricity, which has seen a decline. This calls for the Office of the Premier to address this critical problem of water access in the province and also ensure that benefit from the special economic zone is expedited. This House must note that the Office of the Premier has consistently come up with programs in order to attend to those matters as mentioned, much more the issues of the water access. Honorable Speaker, in furtherance of our function of oversight as a committee of the legislature, we receive quarterly reports from the Office of the Premier, wherein they are able to account in terms of their performance against their planned output per quarter. The quarterly reports of the Office of the Premier provides an analysis of its performance against the key performance indicators and policy priorities as set out in the annual performance plans, as well as the expenditure of the allocated budget. In all the quarters, in all the 4 quarters of 2024-2025 financial year, the Office of the Premier has consistently performed quite well, with the achievement of almost all the targets that were set in almost all the 3 programs. There has been quite an exciting performance across all the quarters in respect of preferential procurement spent on women and youth, except for quarter 1. That unfortunate absence of a report on same in quarter 1 is attributed to non-provision of such data by the provincial treasury. The achievement of this output augurs well for the economic affirmation of sectors of society that are blatantly disregarded and are exposed to the vicissitudes of life. It is indeed a welcome relief that the Office of the Premier deem it fit to ensure that procurement is it's also meant to uplift both the women and the youth, which are affected by poverty. The 2023-2024 financial year annual report depicted a, repeating. In all the quarters, there has been an excellent performance with regard to the payment of invoices within 30 days. This is a welcome achievement because it assists in terms of ensuring that the small businesses are afforded an opportunity to survive. And this cut across all the 4 quarters in terms of its achievement. Further analysis of all the quarters in the 2024-2025 financial year depicts the Office of Premiers as having managed to implement all the internal audit recommendations. Safe to say they couldn't manage to get 100% in terms of the external audit recommendation. There has been inconsistent failure, of course, in the achievement of the preferential procurement spent on people living with disabilities. This is a matter that the Office of the Premier needs to look into and come up with strategies to ensure that they are able to address it so that people living with disabilities are attended to. In addition to that, Q4 has seen the finalization and achievement of a developed Limpopo public sector plans, which will go a long way in the professionalization of the public sector. A sector skills plan entails that a sector will definitely have a plan pertaining to skill development and thus provisioning the different departments with expertise. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier has got the responsibility to ensure that both COGSTA, health and education are capacitated in terms of ensuring that they are able to draft their own service delivery development plans, which has been a consistent problem in the departments. It is contingent on the Office of the Premier to turn the fortunes of the province around in relation to the problem of access to water and employment, which hit the youth hard, and the issue of housing and sanitation challenges by ensuring that the following recommendations are considered for implementation. And I should say, Honorable Speaker, that the Office of the Premier should continue with its rigorous monitoring of the implementation of equity policies and preferential procurement. That also the Office of the Premier should continue monitoring and ensuring that special planning responds to the immediate needs of the people, especially where residential developments are not provided with adequate basic services such as water, electricity, and access to schools. The Office of the Premier should also, as a recommendation, ensure that there is sufficient monitoring and support for the SEZs as has been conceptualized in the province. The Office of the Premier should also ensure that there is an improved road maintenance and assisting in the increment of funding with regard to these infrastructure development projects. Honorable Speaker, allow me on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration to request the House to consider and adopt the report as presented. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair, you gave us an additional 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Honorable Premier, will allow the next debate to proceed so that you respond at the end. Yes, so that you don't respond now and come back and respond again. And I thought the chair of the committee was going to sit here. I thought he was going to sit here so that he can now proceed with the next item. because we are now moving to item 7.4, consideration adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration Committee Chair.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move for the consideration and adoption of the report on Section 196, subsection 4E, and Section 196, subsection 6 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Piedi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I second the presentation made by the chair. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I once more submit to the House to consider and adopt the report on financial misconduct for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Mukaba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Mapula Mukaba from Mankwen Cluster, rise to support the report by Honorable Pukani. Thank you.
Hey, Mangwen Cluster is a correct. Mangwen Cluster is a former quorum. We used to have Mangwen Cluster for me a quorum in the legislature, so I is a correct. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I once more move for the consideration and adoption of the report on the financial disclosure framework overview for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable Bukatu, Chair on the Chupepe. Raluwang Amanda, Mtsula Chudulo. Thank you, Chair. You can proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I move for the consideration and adoption of the report on the qualification on senior management services in the public service. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder, Honorable Nempumbuluni?
Toriwa Mudzulachidulo, Lotakuwa Utikeza, Likumeza, Lambiwa Onga Mudzulachidulo, wa Public Administration Committee.
Narnero Liwang Amanda. Over to you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I move for the consideration and adoption of the report on the inspections of the Limpopo Department of Social Development. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Realeboga Chairperson, any seconder? Kitawaka shupa ba bangwe ka re ke bone matso. Honorable Rakhwali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the presentation of the report as made by the chairperson. Thank you.
Realeboga Kudu. Over to you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I move for the consideration and adoption of the report on service delivery inspections conducted at selected service delivery sites of the Department of Employment and Labor in Limpopo Province. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bella Gupa Mabuza.
Speaker, re emeletše mo go no re go nthiše gore taba tše modulasetulo a di bolelago ke tšona re a di support ra leboga.
Ra leboga. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I still move for the consideration and adoption of the report on the service delivery inspections of the Department of Home Affairs in Practitioner Office.
Thank you, Chair. Of any seconder? Honorable Mnisi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupechi. I stand to second the presented report by the chairperson. Thank you.
Ikensile Manana Mnisi. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, I present for consideration and adoption the oversight visit report to Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Even the left-hand side have got the right to second. Dr. Cheslani, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. The voice which was inconsistent with the decorum of this house is absent now. But my intention to stand here is to second the move raised by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Public Administration, Honorable Pokan. I thank you.
No, Raloga. Honorable Dr. Slani for seconding the report. We are now moving to shall now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Me Mushibudi Esther Mukwili. She's the one opening the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ismo Sibudi. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, Makoma Makrupechi, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, the Chief Whip in absentia and the Whipari, the Deputy Chair of Chess, the Leader of the Opposition and members of the Opposition and the members of the ruling party, good morning. We convened today during the month, Women's Month, and after we have celebrated Women's Day, very successful day, where we were celebrating brave women like Lillian Ngoyi, Charlotte Maxeke, Sophie De Bruyn, and many more women who stood up with one voice and said, enough is enough. And as we continue to celebrate, we want to say, halala, basadi halala. Honorable Speaker, Section 196 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides a robust framework for the oversight and performance monitoring of the public administration through the Public Service Commission. This constitutional mandate is critical for fostering transparency, accountability, and effective governance in public service. Specifically, Section 1964E outlines the PSC's responsibility to report its activities, findings, recommendations, advisory functions to the legislature, ensuring continuous monitoring and evaluation. Additionally, Section 196, subsection 6,
mandates that the PSC submit a detailed annual report to the provincial legislature, capturing its yearly assessment and progress. This report covers the PSC's activities, which include unannounced and announced visits to various institutions in the province. And they were presented to the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration thoroughly so. So the findings and the recommendations discussed herein are important and implementing corrective measures in the public administration. They will equally serve as a guideline to correct the wrongdoings that are happening in our departments. The PSC interaction with the provincial legislature and the National Assembly underscore its commitment to transparency and accountability. The engagement serves as a platform for the PSC to report on the departmental performance, scrutinize executive action, and ensure that public services adhere to ethical and operational standards. The PSC's oversight extends to the monitoring and the functionality of the department led by executive authority, offering recommendations and following up on their implementation and address inefficiencies. Regular dialogue between the PSC and the legislature promotes a culture of continuous improvement in governance, reinforcing PSC's role as an independent body that provides unbiased oversight of the public administration. The report on financial misconduct provides a statistical analysis of finalized cases within the department, within the Limpopo province during the 2023-2024 financial year. The departments were required to submit details of their finalized financial misconduct cases electronically via a designed link provided by the PSC. These submissions included information on the nature of the charges in alignment with the Treasury regulations and PFMA. Departments were also required to provide additional details such as the name of the officials, the rank, salary level, and gender of those officials in each case. Of the 11 departments within the province, the Office of the Premier included 5 submitted reports indicating finalized cases of the financial misconduct, while 6 departments submitted 0 returns as a confirmation that no such cases were finalized during the reporting period. The PSC subsequently consolidated this data into a comprehensive database reflecting the nature of the finalized cases, the disciplinary actions imposed, and observed trends regarding the recovery of the state funds lost as a result of financial misconduct. We recommend that the remaining department must also comply with the submissions of the reports indicating their finalized cases of their financial misconduct. On the financial disclosure, the PSC recorded a commendable compliance of 100% in the submission of financial disclosure forms by the SMS members across all the 11 Limpopo government departments by the due date of the 31st May 2024. A total of 443 financial disclosures were submitted and verified. It must also be reported that the 32 SMS members failed to disclose certain registratable financial interests. This non-disclosure predominantly involve uncleared company directorship, ownership of vehicles, and immovable properties. These omissions compromise the integrity of the disclosure system and exposes the department to conflict of interest risks. 93 SMS members were identified as having potential conflict of interest. These cases were predominantly related to company ownership. These where companies associated with SMS members were found to be registered with the National Treasury Central Supply Database, indicating a potential to conduct business with department entities in future. The verification process further revealed that 4 SMS members held personal loans exceeding 1 million, collectively amounting to 10.3 million. Additionally, 14 SMS members owned immovable properties with a cumulative market values surpassing 102.2 million. This high-value financial interest necessitates targeted financial risk management intervention to mitigate the risk of the financial vulnerability influencing official duties. 38 SMS members were identified as participating in remunerative work, collectively earning 8.5 million from external engagement. The acceptance of such remunerative work without formal authorization contravenes established regulations and undermines the impartiality of the public service. Furthermore, 5 SMS members received gifts and hospitality items exceeding the regulated threshold of 500, with a combined value of 113,720. The departments were directed to verify whether approvals were obtained for accepting these gifts and whether contravention of Regulation 13A or H occurred. All provincial departments in the Limpopo participated in the inquiry for qualifications on senior management services. The total number of SMS members in Limpopo was 448 as of September 2023. It's toned down now to 435 due to the routine staff movement, which includes appointments to different departments, resignation, retirement, and so on. The verification process involved the statistical analysis of qualified data submitted by the department against the prescribed qualification. Of the 448, 435, which constitutes 97%, were qualified for their post in terms of the prescribed qualification, and those are from the 4 departments: Agriculture, Coxstar, Social Development, and Public Works, who achieved 100% compliance with the qualification requirements. The other 7 departments had 1 or 2 or more members who are not qualified. And we are indicating that no remedial actions were taken or formal corrective actions were reported by the departments with unqualified members. So we are recommending that the remaining department with unqualified officials must come up with remedial interventions, strategies to ensure that these SMS officials are at the expected qualification. Skills Development Act also requires that employer to continuously empower workers through available means. The PSC reports are designed to promote accountability and to prevent unethical practices, aligning with the constitutional mandate for a fair, transparent, and accountable public service environment. It is also vital and important that department proactively implement what the PSC is recommending to avoid recurrence of the same matters and to foster positive improvement. Honorable Speaker, we therefore request and we request that the House consider and adopt the the report as presented. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. We'll now allow Honorable Small Jacobos Frederick to represent Honorable Wilson Elvin Ryan.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we report back on this House on the various 9 reports, it is critical for the Democratic Alliance to focus on the latter report, which deals with the Makhado Special Economic Zone first. The phrase used by the South African Council of Churches in their unburdening report on the state capture perfectly describes our recent oversight visit to the Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone. We saw hundreds of millions of rands spent or committed, yet nothing tangible to show for it. The only apparent beneficiaries are those on the MMSEZ payroll, board members, senior officials, and as always, a parade of consultants, service providers, and serial tender entrepreneurs. The Makhado SEZ, intended as Limpopo's flagship development, driving industrialization and attracting investment through the SEZ model. But after more than a decade of stagnation, institutional decay, and a rising unemployment, we face a choice: continue on the path of decline or embrace bold, credible reforms. The DA's top priority is economic growth and job creation, built on trust, credibility, transparency, and accountability in managing public resources. Yet this government turned a blind eye when a bloated 100 million rand per year organogram was implemented before the finalization of the SEZ was achieved at both sites. Meanwhile, operational staff drove Maseratis without any questions from the executive. In 2023, when the then MEC, Honorable, can I just ask that the phone be switched off behind me? There's some background phone ringing at the back, Chair. Thank you. Don't worry, Honourable Speaker. In 2023, when the then MEC of Ledet flagged procedural irregularities, there was no investigation, no forensic or lifestyle audits. Instead, cadres were redeployed before facing scrutiny today. Nearly a decade after designation, the project remains stalled, marred with irregularities, governance failures, and legal disputes, with nothing on site but someone else, White Rock. Our visit, combined with the report then of the MMSEZ board chairperson, Dr. Inif Mpefu, to the Ledet committee, prompted the DH's call for an independent forensic audit into all operational and infrastructure expenditure by LEADER and the MMSEZ during Limpopo's 6th administration. Dr. Mpefu's progress report revealed a pattern of failure, shifting timelines, incapacity, and maladministration. Since then, Dr. Mpefu has been removed and replaced by the chairperson of the collapsed Great North Transport. Hardly an appointment to inspire confidence. Key concerns prompting our audit calls include the MMSEZ's board admitted 579 million rand in contracts were awarded and 155 million rand spent, yet only one project, internal road, reached partial implementation before being halted for litigation and non-compliance with SEZ standards. Roads were built above ground without the required rights, breaching planning laws and required cost corrections. Repeat use of the same service providers include attempts by the previous board, with 3 members still serving, to inflate consulting fees up by 300%. Chamiso Trading, which abandoned a dispute site, was reappointed for CO's works. Contractors abandoned sites, citing for non-compliance, and lodged claims against the MMSEZ. A consulting firm was paid 21.7 million rand despite bidding 19.7 million, breaching the PFMA limits and contract variation. Service level agreements materially differed from tendered submissions, exceeding permissible adjustments. The Democratic Alliance has called on the NCOP and the National Parliament to investigate this maladministration conducted with the Limpopo executive knowledge. We now call on the Premier to engage openly and act decisively. Limpopo, rated the second worst economic performer and having lost 55,000 jobs in the last quarter, cannot afford further abuse to the state resources for personal gain. Honourable Speaker, the Premier is the head of the provincial executive and ultimately responsible for proper, ethical, effective and efficient governance. Through you, Speaker, Madam Premier, you are not just a political figure, you are the chief custodian of a constitutional governance at provincial level. Failure to uphold these values in Chapter 10 of our Constitution, the basic principles of governance, public administration, leads to systematic corruption, fiscal mismanagement, service delivery collapse, and erosion of public trust. Limpopo knows this just too well. Just last week, a forensic investigation was tabled in the Greater Letaba municipality, where 2 staff members were found to siphon cash from the traffic department and pocketed approximately 1.2 million rand. A council resolution stated that the municipal manager of Letaba had to lay criminal charges against these culprits by Friday last week. It has yet to be done. The 2 employees were suspended at the time that these investigations started. One culprit resigned. The other was later reinstated. The lady who resigned is now employed in the office of the Speaker of this House. If the municipal manager is not prepared to lay charges against these culprits, will the Premier lay charges against these culprits? Or do the opposition once again needs to be the watchdog and lay charges against these culprits? Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and my apologies.
Thank you so much, Honorable Small. We'll now allow Honorable Paulo Makgabo Msetlana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makhado, our Honorable Speaker, Premier, members of the Executive Council, my colleagues, and the Chief Whip of the majority party in waiting. Honorable Speaker, no, I'm saying the Chief Whip of the majority party in waiting. Honorable Speaker, it is disappointing and disturbing that of the 11 departments within the province, 5 submitted reports indicating finalized cases of financial misconduct, while 6 departments submitted nil returns, confirming that no such cases were finalized during the reporting. What is this not an arrogance and a defiance by the departments in complying with the Public Service Commission directives? Furthermore, despite Limpopo Department reporting only 10 finalized cases of financial misconduct during 2023-24 financial year, which is the lowest number in the past 5 years. The total monetary value involved reached a record high, 2,937,682 and 14 cents. This is shocking and unacceptable developments which must never be tolerated by any government. Honorable Speaker, the total amount recovered during the period under review was 162,515 and 47 cents, representing only 6% of 2 million plus. It remained outstanding by the end of this financial year. This clearly shows that government is failing to hold officials accountable, and that many of them do not see the need to pay back the money. Hence, they respond with arrogance instead of compliance. And some of the MPLs who served in this August House have left with the monies of this legislature. Others let their soul rest in peace. They owed this legislature millions of rent without trace. Can we get a report of monies written off and unrecoverable losses to the state and why they were written off? Honorable Speaker, it was reported that 32 SMS members failed to disclose certain registrable financial interests. These non-disclosures predominantly involve undeclared company directorship, ownership of vehicles, and immovable property. This is a clear conflict of interest by officials who continue to run companies without knowledge of the employer as required. Could it be some of these officials are being fronted by politicians to run business on their behalf? We will soon uncover about malfeasance that may exist because as the EFF, we've got our own intelligence here. Honorable Speaker, only the Department of Agriculture, Coastal Social Development and Public Work, Roads Infrastructure achieved 100% compliance with qualification requirements. This time I just say, thank you, Coxa, you appear with a list of winners. It is reported that 7 departments had one or more SMS members who did not meet the minimum qualification requirement. This is as a result of nepotism of the policy of cadre development. You must have and understand that we might not have a problem with cadre deployment, but the nepotism and attracting people without skills and talent. But it's done by the ANC. Merit are not used. Loyalty to political bosses is what matters most than anything else. We need strategic leadership. This thing is went off. I don't see my time now. You see, you've stolen my time. No, I can't keep talking. You see now, you have stolen it. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disturbed by persistent delays of ideally 30-day payment of the service providers. Big companies as SMMEs are collapsing in this province. This delays is as a result of backlog of unpaid invoices, impacting service delivery and supplier trust. We are also concerned that the department often do not provide timely feedback on cases referred by the PSC through National Anti-Corruption Hotline, reporting delays of an exceeding 40-day mandate, contributing to a backlog of unresolved cases. Honorable Speaker, the Musina-Makhado SEZ faces a leadership gap a position of CEO remains vacant. An acting CEO has been appointed in the interim. A significant delay was experienced regarding the land allocation, which impeded the commencement of the infrastructure implementation. You must borrow the cardinal number 1 of the EFF to speed up your issues. Notably, work was halted due to contractual dispute and the capacity limitation. The realization for successful implementation of SEZ is far-fetched dream which continue to diminish by day. The situation of Musina-Makhado SEZ is extremely worrying in that infrastructure project, including bulk electricity supply, water provision, bulk sewage system, and security fencing remain at design phase, with some design undergoing review by newly appointed engineer. This project has been at the design stage for the past 10 years, if not 11, with no significant shift, and yet salaries are being paid to staff, engineers, money paid to contractors and consultants. Remember, this was launched around July 2014. Today, we're still at design stage. There is clearly no value for money. We have an impression that government was not prepared for the implementation of this project, but created this project as a milking cow for conferences of the ANC. All they have is just wishful thinking, which will never come to pass, especially because of lack of political will. To rub salt on the wound, the road construction contract was prematurely terminated due to slow progress and contractual disagreement. Furthermore, the constructed internal roads were found to be non-compliant with SEZ standard, being above ground level, thereby requiring costly ramps and creating stormwater management complications. Nothing seems to be working in this project. It is complete disaster, another recorded wild elephant since July 2014. Thank you.
You see, you still had your 2 minutes, 16 seconds. Thank you so much. We'll now allow the chair of the committee, Honorable Pukani, to come and close the debate.
Honorable Speaker, greetings to you, the Honorable Premier, the MECs, the WIPARI, the Deputy Chair, the chairpersons of committees, leaders of opposition parties, as well as my fellow Honorable MPLs. Honorable Speaker, the Public Service Commission was established in terms of Section 196 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The mission of the PSC is to promote the constitutionally enshrined democratic principles and values of the public service by investigating, researching, monitoring, evaluating, communicating, and reporting on public administration. As the portfolio on public administration, we are also tasked to interact with the Public Service Commission on their reports and come to report to the legislature. The Portfolio Committee has met with and got briefed by the PSC on a variety of issues the Commission is mandated to deal with. Between April and May 2022, the Public Service Commission conducted an engagement session on constitutional values and principles with officials employed by the Limpopo Department of Social Development at junior and middle management levels. During these sessions, officials raised several challenges relating to their working conditions, lack of resources, as well as inadequate office accommodation. These challenges were reported to have a direct and negative impact on the quality of service delivered by the department to its primary stakeholders, including the poor, vulnerable, and the marginalized individuals and groups. Arising from the concerns raised from this engagement, the PSC Commissioner resolved to conduct service delivery inspections independently in terms of Section 196, subsection 4, F of the Constitution during the 2022-2023 financial year. The Limpopo Provincial Office team, led by the Provincial Base Commissioner, visited all selected sites. The team engaged social workers to gather first-aid information regarding office accommodation, available facilities, security, and resources. These engagements were complemented by meetings with the district directors to contextualize the findings and challenges experienced by frontline social workers. As some areas, such as hospitals, continue to observe COVID-19 protocols, observations regarding accessibility, signage, business hours, and the presence of civil official comments upon arrival at each service point. This included interactions with citizens and recording operational arrangements where possible. The PSC observed the conditions of facilities, the availability and adequacy of tools of trade, and the safety of working environments. A report was prepared with findings and recommendations and presented to the Department of Social Development. And this same report was also presented to the Limpopo Provincial Legislature via the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Administration. The PSC, Honorable Speaker, observed a variance in facility standards regarding some district offices, such as Raisive Elizabeth Hosan office in Mohopong, where the facilities are well designed and modern, in stark contrast with other sites where there is a serious lack of basic signage and accessibility. Offices such as Vela office in the industrial area lack visibility and proper signage, while signage at Butlog and Matlala tribal offices was either hidden or non-existent. On service delivery inspections, with regard to the Department of Labor, it must be noted, Honorable Speaker, that the PSC has taken note of numerous media reports highlighting poor service delivery at labor centers. In terms of these reports, the PSC conducted inspections at 7 of the 13 labor centers across the 5 districts of Limpopo province. Although not all these 13 labor centers were visited, the PSC is confident that the findings of this exercise offer broad applicable insights relevant to other centers within Limpopo province and potentially to the national context. Prior to each inspection, brief engagements were held with labor center officials to gather preliminary overviews of the operational environment at each site. Honorable Speaker, the majority of the labor centers visited offer core departmental services, including public employment services, unemployment insurance fund services, compensation fund services, and inspection and enforcement services. No significant issues were identified regarding PECs and CFs services. However, major concerns arose in relation to the issue of UIF services. It is said that most of the officials rely solely on desktop computers and landlines, leaving operations paralyzed during load shedding. Common constraints were also raised around the delayed IT system slow turnaround on procurement requests, lack of water supply in some areas, inadequate shelter for clients, and long queues, which are difficult to manage. With regard to the visit at Practitioner Home Affairs, the PSC has managed to conduct an unannounced inspection visit to that area. The primary aim of the inspection was to ascertain the reasons behind a large number of citizens from around those areas traveling long distances to Leidenburg to access services from Home Affairs. The investigation sought to understand the service backlogs, the extended queues, and resultant public frustrations. According to the Department of Home Affairs Geographic Access Standards, the maximum travel distance to Home Affairs services is set at 25 kilometers in urban areas and 80 kilometers in rural areas. The Practitioner office is located within the community it serves. Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that inspection found that this office remains difficult to locate due to lack of clear signage. The office is situated in a rented house within a complex owned by a private person, sharing a yard with a tavern and a car wash. The tavern hosts regular overnight events, which poses safety and reputational risk to the department. Additionally, operating hours were not visibly displayed, nor there was a service delivery charter available for public reference. Queue management was also identified as one of the major problems caused by the failure to have a dedicated queue marshal. While the Department of Home Affairs should engage the Department of Public Works to secure new dignified accommodation for the Practitioner office, this facility should, in the meantime, include adequate fencing, parking, ablution facilities, reliable network connectivity, ramps, and modern office infrastructure. The Department of Home Affairs must engage with the State Information Technology Agency to resolve the persistent network challenges and ensure that system updates occur after office hours to minimize downtime. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration has also underscored the importance of prioritizing the implementation of key industrial and mega projects at provincial level to stimulate economic growth and create much-needed employment opportunities. In this regard, the committee resolved to conduct an oversight visit to Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone. Accordingly, the committee conducted the visit on 30th April 2025, which covered both the north and the southern sides. The primary objective of this was to assess the progress of the Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone, monitor its alignment with strategic and non-payment plans, and ensure that state-owned entities and the responsible department fulfill their commitments toward achieving the intended development objectives. Significant delays were experienced regarding land allocation of both sides, which impeded the commencement of infrastructure implementation. It is safe to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that up to so far, the Department of Agriculture has since approved the land transfer to Musina municipality, enabling the allocation of the SEZ. On all infrastructure initiatives, only the internal road project advanced to construction phase. However, work was halted due to contractual disputes and capacity limitations. Other infrastructure projects, including bulk electricity supply, water provision, bulk sewer systems, and security fencing, remain at the design phase, with some designs undergoing review by newly appointed engineers. We applaud the work that is being done by the MEC, who has been assigned this task, and we are hopeful that is going to be able to turn the situation around. The Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone significant potential to transform the economic landscape of Limpopo province, provided it is implemented with efficiency and aligned with approved plans. Despite enduring operational infrastructure challenges, recent developments like the acquisition of land, the technical capacity strengthening indicate there is an indication of positive momentum. And the committee recommends that there should be regular progress report on infrastructure project implementation. There should be updates on land allocation processes, contractual dispute, investor retention strategies, and ongoing litigation. There should be strengthening of technical capacity within the Musina-Makhado SEZ entity. There should be a clear communication of milestones achieved and challenges encountered, ensuring transparent governance and oversight. There should be collaborative efforts to address all regulatory, legal, and operational obstacles hindering project implementation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair, for closing the debate. We'll now call upon the Honorable the Premier of the province, Dr. Popira Matuba, to come and respond to the debate. You'll realize that we have given additional minutes for members. So even for executive, it's not 3 minutes today, it's 5 minutes. Yeah, we've added additional 2 minutes to the response. Thanks, Honorable Premier, over to you.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, or Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Leader of Government Business, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable members of Executive Council, Honorable members, Chairperson of my portfolio committee and other chairs, the Leader of Opposition Party. Let me start, Honorable Speaker, by indicating that we are debating this report at a very difficult time. This is the month wherein women need to be honored and be celebrated. However, since the 1st of August, when we launched the Women's Month, I can tell you in one district, Ebembe, we have lost more than 10 women. And all of them, the similarity is that they are dying in the hands of their loved ones. Therefore, I want to call upon this House to look into this matter on a very serious note, because now it has even expanded to ritual killings, wherein a traditional healer was found with 2 heads in his position trying to look for a buyer. If as this House we don't take serious steps and work on eradicating this gender-based violence and femicide, we will be left with no future. Let me also remind honorable members that as I undertook, what I undertook when I accepted my election as a premier of this province, that I will also focus on improving not only service delivery, but the overall governance. My priority was to ensure that audit outcomes improve for the province, and all departments should at least have unqualified audit opinions, while the ultimate goals is for them to achieve the clean audits. But of course, because audit opinion is the only way that we can currently utilize for us to be able to measure whether we are on the right track in terms of the clean governance. We are therefore appealing to honorable members to just wait even for this year's announcement when the Auditor General would have finally completed the work that they are doing. And you are going to be surprised, Honorable Smali, that indeed we are on the right track towards a clean governance. We therefore would want to also indicate that yes, indeed, in terms of the external audit recommendation, out of the 5, out of the 6, the Premier's office was able to implement all the 5. This other one, which relates to the Diners Club cut, a card. We are waiting for the forensic investigation from the provincial treasury. Because this was expenditure which was incurred without any supportive documents. So as soon as it's done, you are going to see that we would have completed the implementation. But also, even in relations to the Greater Letaba municipality, the mere fact that we have been able to have a forensic audit, it shows that there is transparency with this government. There is accountability from this government. The MEC currently has got that report and he is studying that report. And we will make sure that whoever is found wanting, according to the report, there must be action, irrespective of who are you related or connected with. If you've done any wrong things under the 7th administration, we will make sure that the law takes its course. So we are the ones who initiate this forensic investigation. We are also indicating that the Musina-Makhado SEZ, it's one of these catalytic projects that as the 7th administration, we are committed towards making sure that it does what it was meant initially for. And that is why currently we are busy with the issue of the EIA, which is a matter in court. And you know about that, Honorable Smiley. And in terms of the construction of the bulk services, the roads and stormwater, we have terminated the contract. Unfortunately, the matter is also in court, but we have encouraged them to find other dispute resolution mechanism so that the work can resume. But on the north side, the site township establishment has already, the work began. Reports that were needed since the visit, Honorable Chair, since your visit as a portfolio committee has already been submitted as early as the 30th of June to the Musina municipality. And they've indicated that before the end of August, the tribunal would have met and adjudicate on the matter. When you look at the CEO, they are currently busy with the recruitment process. And we have told them they need to make sure that we get a qualified, well-experienced individual who will make sure that this catalytic project that the people of Limpopo are so waiting for will be implemented. We must also indicate that in terms of the issues of GNT that you have raised, you have seen that the MEC is acting on the matter. The mere fact that all the who are responsible for the challenges that they've created, whether is the pension fund matter, they're being taken accountability. Some are even under the senior executive on GNT. It's an open secret that they are on suspension and undergoing disciplinary processes. We also didn't stop there. We did not stop there. We wrote to the president and say we need SIU because GNT is in ICU. And the SIU, as we speak, they are currently busy with GNT. We have done this without being pushed, without somebody holding a gun on our heads, because we know what it means when GNT is non-functional. We have told you that GNT is not only about its self-sustainability. GNT it's a mode of transport for ordinary workers who can't afford a transport that is not subsidized. This is in terms of reduction of cost of living for our people. GNT, it's one of that vehicle which we are currently utilizing to make sure that people as cost of living are being, and they've got a new board, and the new board that has been able to pick up all these challenges that we are facing, which previously they were not, because the things were happening as usual. The new board is the one that has been able to make diagnosis. And even the new, just watch the space, by the end of September, currently we're talking about 24 buses on the road. By end of September, think about it, there will be more than 250 buses on the road.
with the new leadership that we have. And you will see that work happening. Same goes to GAL. GAL, it's also equally having its own serious challenges, and we are working on it. And one thing that I must, because my time is, I know the speaker will be telling me sit down. Yes, I know my time has lapsed, but I need to say, I want to appreciate the portfolio committees. I want to appreciate the members of this legislature of this 7th administration, because I have seen you doing your own oversight visit. Some areas we can't reach as the MECs and the Premier because of our busy schedule. But you are currently doing your work. You are no longer sleeping on duty. You are doing the real oversight. And thank you for that. Continue to give us the reports, and we will continue to do our work. At the end of the day, it's never about us. It's always about the people of this province that I want to believe both sides love so much, and we want the best for them. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba. 7th administration never slept. Yeah, if there was something, we can refer to another thing, but 7th administration never slept on duty. They've been upfront. Thank you so much. We are happy that the executive feels our presence there where we are. Let's continue to do the good work, honorable members. We now move to item 7.6, consideration of and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Education Committee Chair, Honorable Me Christian Nkakareng Rahwale.
If I didn't hear you, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Without any waste of time, I hereby presenting the following reports for consideration and adoption by this House. 2023-2024 Annual Report for the Department of Education.
Any seconder? Honorable Shai, I can see you're not sure whether you want to raise a hand.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the consideration and adoption of the 2023-2024 annual report for Department of Education.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. I therefore present 7.7, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Education. 7.7.1, 2024-2025 first quarter report of the Department of Education.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Moss.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Andre Moss, rise to second the report as presented.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We appreciate Honorable Moss. Chair, you are on the platform.
I wait for the instruction, Honorable Speaker. 7.2.2, 2024-2025 second quarter report for the Department of Education.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Any seconder? Honorable Mukaba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to support the report presented by Honorable Rahwale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. 7.7.3, 2024-2025 third quarter report for the Department of Education.
Any second honorable members? Honorable Bella Kupa Americano.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
I present 7.7.4, 2024-2025 fourth quarter report for the Department of Education, Honorable Speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Any seconder? Honorable Mohali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the report as presented by Honorable Rahwale.
Thanks. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, I present for consideration adoption of the report on 2025 Back to School campaign. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Mnisi.
Na khensa muchaviseki manana xipikara dokodela Makoma Makhulupetshi. Ni yimele ku ta seketela report leyi nga yisiwa mahlweni hi muchaviseki Honorable Rahwale aka report leyi nga yi endla hi January ya ku vhakela swikolo. Inkomu.
A khensa manana Gloria Mnisi ku va mi seketele report ya mutshamaxitulu manana Christian Rahwale. We shall now call upon, we shall refer to the speakers list. In terms of the speakers list, the first person to debate is Honorable Maringa Bongani Wesley.
Honorable Speaker, all protocol observed. I want to start today's debate, Honorable Speaker, by quoting an American author, Dr. Seuss. The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you will know. Now, Honorable Speaker, the argument herein is that we are responsible for the state of education in our province. And the best thing we can ever do is to deliver quality education for young people to learn. Learn so that they read more and they explore the world, so that they can fit and deliver our province into a competitive state in respect of economic development through education. Honorable Speaker, the month of August has a memorial significance. It's a very serious month in the livelihood and the history of the African National Congress, which is the ruling party in South Africa today. Now, during the course of the years, in 1943, on the 12th of August, that was the first day that the African National Congress admitted the membership of women in this country, in its own organization, to be members of the African National Congress at that time. To date, we boast ourselves as a province to be led by a very progressive Premier, Honorable Popera Matua, and the same cabinet that she's leading is composed of very progressive and effective members of the cabinet. Amongst them is women. This is how far the ANC has pushed in this country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to present the fact that the Department of Education in Limpopo is led by a woman for that reason. The state, in terms of the percentage that we have achieved in the previous years, in respect of your matric exam and performance, was a particular progressive percentage that the province of Limpopo has never seen since the dawn of democracy. And that department is led by a woman. So the fruit of what the ANC did in 1943 continues to present itself in the livelihood of our people. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to carry within ourselves the principles of how best do we assist young people to do well in schools. Our government is putting up a lot of resources in our public schools so as to make the learning environment more conducive and more progressive, so that the process of teaching can be implemented without any disarray or any disturbances, so that we can produce the necessary quality that the country needs. Out of the 14 of our output indicators, 15 of them, our province has done well in respect of achievement, because we are sitting at 14% out of the 15 of our indicators, output indicators. And this is done under the leadership or the stewardship of the MEC,
who I must continue to emphasize is a woman in that particular space in the province of Limpopo. Let's have a discussion, Honorable Speaker, about our public ordinary schools. Historically, our ordinary schools have always suffered about the challenges of infrastructure development. We have always suffered about the issue of capacity in terms of the teachers that are available in those schools. And that was informed of the kind of the produce that we received from the apartheid regime in terms of the teaching mechanisms. We'll always draw a very strong reference and draw difference between what we have produced in terms of teachers in the democratic South Africa and what we have inherited in the past years out of what the apartheid system will produce in respect of teachers. So as it stands today, government that is led by the African National Congress stands very boldly and very strongly to pride itself about the contribution regarding the capacity that exists in our public schools in regard of the teachers that are there who are providing the teaching services to our children at that level of the schools. Honorable Speaker, let me engage this August House on the state of our contribution as government to what we regard mostly as your public school, your private schools or your independent schools in terms of the common language. It should be noted in terms of the state to which we contribute as government, because the belief here is that private schools are doing far much better than public schools. And majority of us, including other members of this August House, we seem to have abandoned taking our children to these public schools and send them to what we regard as independent schools. The country and the province of Limpopo must know very well that our government, as a province, is funding and contributing heavily financially to these independent schools, and their performance still accounts to the extent to which government is assisting them or intervening in terms of financial contribution to that space. Therefore, as they shine, we take the shine as government here in Limpopo because we know our financial contributions to the performance and the development of that schools. And this information or this message is one message we must spread very strongly so that people begin to see that even those schools are doing well on the basis of our contribution as government so that they can do well in that space. The issue of infrastructure development. Honorable Speaker, I think I must engage the Premier in your presence here and the MEC for Education, including the MEC for the Khere. One of the critical challenges we are facing in this province that relates to infrastructure development is that at some point, our implementing agencies are to a particular extent not moving as fast as we wish, and they are to a particular extent not delivering to the extent to which we want. And this is exposing government to unnecessary criticism about the state of infrastructure in these schools that we are looking after as government. Whereas we are putting up budgets aside so that these schools can be put together. And I must emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that we need to work twice as hard to also consider developing capacity. Honorable Speaker, government must work twice as hard. MEC, we must find a way to work twice as hard to develop capacity so that to a particular extent, instead of using these implementing agencies, which to a particular extent are exposing us to danger and unnecessary criticism, we are able to deliver on ourselves and see to it that we build schools, see to it that the infrastructure that relates to sanitation is up to scratch, see to it that the infrastructure that also responds to the issue of electricity is also well taken care of. And this can only be done far much better by our government more than any other person. Honorable Speaker, we have done well in respect of preparations to ensure that our communities remain safe in their schools. Our children are safe when they go to the schools. But we must also emphasize one point. The withdrawal of community matters, the withdrawal of community members in the interest of them guarding the schools and also supporting the schools regarding safety is a growing concern for us as government, because majority of the challenges that we face and experience in our communities at school level are activities of thuggery, and at the particular core of it, it is community members as well who also have opted to withdraw themselves from support of the schools. Our SGBs in their respective schools are not receiving sufficient support from members of the community. And this is a growing challenge which is going to make life difficult for our people in that particular space of lower education or primary and higher education. We therefore need to find a way to call for community consciousness so that we do not have to spend more money on security measures, but rather spend more money as government on tools of trade at the school level so that our learners can learn faster and can also adjust much quicker to the current existing technologies that is going to assist them to pass with flying colors so that we move beyond the current percentage that we have achieved in the previous academic year to a higher percentage and also move from the grade that we're at in terms of which school is number one to another level and another grade so that we're able to shine and carry our province to the highest level in this country. Honorable Speaker, the challenge that we have experienced in our special schools, I think communities must, to a particular extent, stop speaking from an ill-informed position in terms of what is the exact material conditions on the ground. We know people have been calling about what must happen in Ruoni school. We know people have been making noise about what is the situation in Stutulwane. And today I can boldly stand here and confirm to you that what is reported is contrary to the existing material conditions in those schools. In fact, what we need to do, we must make a call for those who are looking after our children in those schools. Not just to be there as people who are employed to assist them and look after them, but to also go further and play a very critical role in assisting and guiding these learners to be able to go to areas of engagement as and when they need arise so that we can stop the noise about where the students are helping themselves, whereas the facilities are existing and they are standing. And I'm making a call for anyone here who may want to dispute this fact. Please take your time, travel to Stutulwane, and when you come back, be the first ones to speak very proudly about what government has done in that particular school there, so that our people can know how best our government is serving its population in this province of Limpopo. The Back to School campaign was a success. It has exposed us to quite a number of challenges that ordinarily you'll not be able to pick them up until you visit a school after a school. And one amongst those is one of the issues I have raised earlier, that we've got the challenge of infrastructure development. But at the same time, we also have noted that there are a number of schools which are doing well, even when they are under difficult conditions in terms of their infrastructure outlook. I'll give you a typical example of one school here in Vuani. That school is a technical school. It is always producing 100 in terms of pass marks. But then if you look at the teacher ratio there, you are sitting with less than 4, including the principal who's also teaching. Then you ask yourself, what is happening to these other schools which are overloaded in terms of teachers? What is going on there and what do we need to do? I will tell you what the response or the answer will be to the question I'm asking and I'm sharing with you. The answer will be, what is the extent of community involvement in the livelihood of the school in the process of teaching and learning in those respective schools? We have done very well, Honorable Speaker, in the space of assisting students to reach the schools, particularly in the farm areas, particularly those who are drawn from areas where a certain school has been closed to be merged with another school. Limpopo has always outshined itself in terms of scholar transport. We have been doing well, we remain proud, and we don't talk about these things. The problem of not talking about the good that you do is that the worst that is not there is going to be generated. And the first people to generate stories that do not exist will be amongst those who are sitting on my left here. About situations that does not exist, starting by Honorable Mapolo. We must be proud to indicate that we are transporting our learners to school and we are doing well, and we have never had challenges about the state of the transports that takes them there. As government, we must make a call. The biggest call we must make as government is call for private sector and call for community members to continue to engage themselves in donation of sanitary towels in their respective communities. A girl child is denied an opportunity to attend school for a good period of about 5 to 6 or 7 days on the basis of unavailability or a shortage of sanitary towels that they must put together so that they're able to get to school. This one has got nothing to do with the African National Congress. Much as members of the ANC are very proud about the contribution they've been making, we are making a call to say all community members where we come from, we must make it our project to continue to buy sanitary towels and drop them at our high school where we reside and where we live so that young people don't miss teaching time and don't lose out on tests and don't lose out on many other things that happens at school because of the absence of sanitary towels. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude with 30 seconds left, we are making a call as the portfolio committee that we need to consider a situation of a revolution that talks about curriculum development so that our curriculum at the high school level can respond to the material space that we should find ourselves. Typical example, we need to see to it that our high school are also producing young people with certain level of skills that also speak to the mining belt that exists between Skukune to Waterberg district. What happens in Bembe in terms of farming, what happens in Mopan in terms of farming. Hey, Kanimamba, man, age 14 was not enough. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
14 minutes was not enough, so next time. Thank you so much. We'll proceed to Honorable Moss. You are the next on the line. Honorable Andres Moss, you have got 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, esteemed members of the Executive Councils, leaders of the opposition parties, members of this House and guests. Honourable Speaker, the Back to School report is littered with words like not resolved and not fully resolved. Those are not just words on papers. They are the reality for learners in Limpopo who are forced to study in overcrowded classrooms, without water, without furniture, and in unsafe, undignified conditions. The department expects us to accept that the infrastructure progress report serves as proof of achievement. However, it's actually a shortcoming, postponements, and unfulfilled commitments, with Limpopo students bearing the consequences. The department asserts that it is tackling infrastructure issues, yet there are 953 schools requiring sanitation, 151 schools affected by storm damage, and 777 schools urgently needing renovations. The report further reveals that the majority of these school projects lack defined timelines, with most spanning multiple years. This absence of clear deadlines undermines any sense of urgency or accountability, and there's no assurance that these issues will be resolved anytime soon. Honourable Speaker, Pashwana Secondary School, there's no proper ablution facilities, not resolved. Paladingwe Technical High School, 118,000 Eskom bill, next to a liquor outlet, is next to the school, no proper resolution, not resolved. This is a pattern across Capricorn, Sekekuni, Vembe, Waterberg, and Mupani districts. The problems are known, but the solutions are endlessly postponed. The crisis of pit latrines represents yet another issue. The report shows that 1,254 schools assessed, 565 priority schools still being verified, 64 schools still using pit toilets because there is no other form of sanitation. Target deadlines to eliminate pit toilets set in 2016, 2020, and even in February 2023 have been missed repeatedly, but the current aim is to eliminate them this year by the Department of Basic Education. Let us talk about our most vulnerable children, Honourable Speaker, those in special school. 26 special school buses that were promised have still not been delivered. These are not just vehicles. They are different. They are the difference between a child receiving an education or staying at home, excluded from society. The failure to deliver to them is not just incompetence, it is actually cruelty. Honourable Speaker, the maths, science and technology grant, only 64% of it was spent. In a province where our learners are struggling in these subjects, this is not a minor oversight. It is actually a betrayal. Robotic kits are gathering dust in procurement offices while our children are denied the tools to compete in the modern world. And while this happens, the department still cannot even fulfill critical vacancies, including the permanent appointment of an accounting officer. How do you expect them to manage billions in public funds without the leadership in place to ensure oversight and delivery? And yet, Honourable Speaker, we still hear the same tired excuses. Contractors failed, appointments were delayed, invoices came late, we will fast track in the next financial year. The truth is there is no urgency, no real accountability. It is the daily destruction of our children's future. Honourable Speaker, the 2023-24 annual report of the Limpopo Department of Education is not a victory lap. It is a report card of repeated failures. For 8 consecutive years, this department has received a qualified audit opinion. This means systematic problems are not being fixed. This year alone, the department incurred 191 million in irregular expenditures, and the total irregular expenditures now stand at 3.34 billion. That's not just a number on page. That's money that could have gone to classrooms, textbooks, and safe toilets for our children. When processes are ignored, the integrity of the public funds is compromised. Accountability is not optional. It is the law. Honourable Speaker, on learner performances, the department celebrates a 79.54 national senior certificate pass rate, but the reality is in the details. In physical science, only 14.4% of learners achieve a 60% or more, far short of the 18% target. In mathematics, just 13.3% reach that same benchmark. These are the subjects that determine whether our young people can enter the fields of engineering, medicines, or science. Without them, the economy's future's workforce is weakened. Inspections show that all 273 workplaces visited were not compliant with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. This includes school kitchens feeding our children. While classroom suffers, the department's inability to fill posts and finalize procurement is choking service delivery. Across multiple programs, there is underspending because posts are vacant and tenders are stuck. Program 5, Early Childhood Development, underspent by 35 million rand. That is 35 million rand not invested in giving our youngest learners the best possible start. We cannot ignore governance failures either. 47 SCOPA resolutions remained unresolved, some going back nearly a decade. The department used the incorrect allowance code for leave payments not being taxed, resulting in a 21.8 million in SARS penalties and interest. These are not minor oversights. These are repeated breaches of responsibility. In conclusion, when you encounter not resolved in these reports, it is indicated that the child is still lacks access to a safe toilet. It signifies that the student is still without a classroom. It signifies that learners are deprived of sufficient teachers and resources. It implies that the future of our children is grim. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mos Andre. We will now proceed to Honorable Smal Checkboss. Your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Back to School campaign and departmental reports comes at a time when the Minister of Education has gazetted the draft learner admissions regulations and draft school capacity regulations for public comment. These two sets of regulations have been contentious both internally and externally. Parents, schools, and members of the public can now make submissions on these regulations that relates to key issues like schools, admissions, and capacity. The publishing of these regulations marks a significant milestone where the DA believes that these regulations are both vital in the responsible and inclusive implementations of the Act to become law in September last year. The Gazette regulations relates to key provisions in the South African Schools Act regarding capacity and admissions. These regulations were designed to ensure the amendments introduced by the Bella Act were implemented in a manner that upholds learner rights, enhances school functionality, and maintains the careful balance of powers and functions between school governing bodies and government. In terms of these capacity regulations, the highlights in the document is that public school classrooms be limited to 1 teacher per class of 40 learners. For grade R's, this should be 1 teacher for a class of 30. This committee Back to School campaign's oversight report reveals just how far the department will be stretched and that it is not able to effectively manage infrastructure and infrastructure maintenance at our schools. It is also clear that when these new regulations will be introduced, Limpopo will find itself in a difficult corner, as some of the majority of our schools are overcrowded, and that we as a province already sit with a budget deficit of approximately 1.8 billion rand in terms of infrastructure maintenance backlogs and the infrastructure backlog in excess of 20 billion rand. Of the 28 schools visited across the province, none, let me repeat, none of these outstanding matters have been resolved. All the committee resolutions are either not resolved or not fully resolved, and this displays a lack of will and commitment to address the institutional challenges that continue to affect our education system. Just this week, we had to face conditions at Elam High. 2,000 learners are exposed to broken toilets, unhygienic facilities with rundown and overcrowded classrooms. The school has pleaded for more classrooms since 2007. That is nearly 18 years ago. 80 to 90 learners in grade 9 class with broken chairs, broken ceiling, missing roofs. This school has 5 toilets for boys, 5 for girls. The only answer the department spokesperson could give is that this school is part of the 48 schools in the infrastructure building plans. Schools with serious challenges that impediments to dignified learning for our learners have not received any attention, and this cannot continue. Masoko Secondary with Priority 1 sanitation facility needs, or Tabu Comprehensive School that has fire damage and lack of qualified educators to offer subjects, as well as schools like Zava High School and Ongedacht secondary schools, which have no water at all, have serious challenges that makes the learning environment unconducive. Honourable Speaker, despite the absolute failure to resolve the committee's resolution, it is encouraging that the department has indicated efforts to address some issues, such as deploying 230 learning support agents to high-burden schools, efforts to focus on substance abuse, prevention, unwanted pregnancies, and productive health, and attempts to address the progressive of learners despite poor performance through training of SMTs and ensuring remedial programs are implemented. The outstanding matters in this report needs to be prioritized, monitored, resolved as soon as possible. Our learners deserve to receive quality education in a conducive environment that gives the best opportunity to succeed. We have a constitutional obligation to defend the 13.5 million learners attending school, more so the 1.5 million learners here in Limpopo, where our children continuously face challenges around poverty, safety, and the hardships of being unable to go to school in a conducive learning environment. While nearly 750 million rand was awarded to special needs schools, conditions at these schools have not improved, and the rights of our special needs learners have been violated. Year in, year out, we hear about the conditions have not changed at our schools, such as Ravoni School for the Blind. We continue to stand on platforms advocating for the less privileged, but if Ravoni School for the Blind is anything to go by, leadership should feel ashamed of the current situation. The places of accommodation and the surroundings begs the question, and it begs the question, who is really being held accountable while our learners feel unsafe? The 26 special needs school buses that were not delivered on time and only received the following financial year would have brought a smile to those learners who struggle daily just to go to school and back. 3,009 ECD centers are currently being supported by the department, which is an increase of 43% from the previous financial year, with 162,354 learners enrolled and benefiting across our ECD centers. It requires the department to mitigate against risk, and it should start strengthening ECD compliance, oversight, and healthcare. The 1.4 billion rand spent on infrastructure and maintenance is simply not enough to eradicate our dilapidated schools, build and maintain classrooms, and provide new schools due to the migration of families to areas of conducive for work. There is a need for this government to support a renewed financial model that speaks to the future of our learners and provide opportunity to them. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I really appreciate your cooperation by leaving me some few minutes. Honorable Mlapo Walter Samuel, you are the next speaker. Your 11 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Leader of Official Opposition, Commissar Mapolo, the Whip of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Commissar Mogoane, members of the EFF and the people of Limpopo. Madam Speaker, let me begin by outlining the failures and the shortcomings of the Limpopo Department of Basic Education under the corrupt ANC government, and further characterize the problems and chaos that we got confronted with when we were doing oversight during the Back to School campaign. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Basic Education in this province has failed to spend over R1 billion of money that was allocated to it in the budget of 2023-2024 financial year. And in the budget of 2024-2025, they also failed to spend over R1 billion rand. This is a disappointing situation, Madam Speaker. Much of the underspending is on program 2, which is public schools. 200 million was not spent in this regard. While program 3, independent schools, the government of the ANC was able to spend. This is a clear indication that the ANC is able to cater for people who are rich and is failing to spend on people who are poor. I heard you, Honorable Maringa, being proud that you are able to support public school, independent school. It's good for you because you stand for the haves. We as the EFF, we want to urge this government to spend for the have-nots. The Funda Lushaka Bazari scheme is nothing but a PR exercise. Why would you train teachers with taxpayers' money and fail to place them in schools after the completion? In 2023-2024, Madam Speaker, the MEC failed to absorb 33 bursary holders who completed after using the government money. Speaker, there is a teacher shortage across our province. Many principals are in acting positions. Currently, there are 2,447 critical positions that are vacant, and the department is failing to fill those positions. The Department of Basic Education here in Limpopo is consistently failing to spend conditional grants, particularly the Math, Science and Technology grant. For many years, the department has failed to address the safety in our public schools. Learners and teachers' safety is not guaranteed. Speaker, the Department of Basic Education here in Limpopo is failing to address water infrastructure and sanitation in our public schools. Many of our rural schools are still using pit toilets. We have observed this when we're doing oversight during our Back to School campaign. Schools such as Halatlo Technical School in Skukune,
the ablution facilities there are not enough, and there are no people to clean them. It is called a technical school, but there is nothing there technical. Even drawing equipments are not there, let alone a workshop. During the oversight visit to Stotolwane Public Special School, it was very disappointing situation to observe that learners did not have water for the past 2 years. And we're talking about learners who are blind, and some of them are actually having problems of teenage pregnancy. Madam Speaker, the Department of Education here is also failing to address the overcrowding in our schools. This existential problem of overcrowding has reached a crisis level. Speaker, the Department of Basic Education here has failed to prioritize the capacitation of our teachers in our ECD sectors and the infrastructure development in ECD sector. The department is failing to address the lack of digital connectivity in our black schools. We must condemn with strongest terms possible the MEC of Education here that is continuing to fail to budget a lot of money for internet connectivity and Wi-Fi connectivity in our rural schools. This must be done because it will help our children to compete globally with their peers. Honorable Speaker, we must reiterate our point that we made 2 weeks back here, that feeding scheme, scholar transport, and school furniture tenders are nothing but a fertile ground for corruption in this department. Honorable Speaker, allow me, on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, to advise the MEC on what must happen. The department must procure and deliver temporary mobile classes to all schools that are faced with overcrowding. This will make sure that our kids are not turned back next year when they go to school on the basis that there are no spaces. The department must make sure that they publicize the names of schools that are still using pit toilets, and those pit toilets must be eradicated within this financial year. There must be no school without functioning borehole, like in Stotolwane Special School. The department must seriously deal with the issue of digital connectivity in this financial year. They must tell us how many schools are going to be connected. All schools must have a minimum of 2 general workers who will be dedicated in cleaning our ablution facilities. The situation that we experience in those schools that we visited, as far as ablution facilities is concerned, is very disappointing, MEC. All schools must be dedicated with at least 1 security guard during the day and also during the night. Wherever we went, we realized that there are no security guards at night, only during the day, and it's only 1. Honorable Speaker, we want to also urge the MEC to make sure that the 2,447 vacancies must be filled and advertised before the end of September. And before the end of this year, all those positions must have been filled. We must restore the dignity of our vulnerable learners in all those public special schools, particularly the Stotolwane Special School. The department must make sure that they establish ECD centers in every ward in the province. You must make sure that all those 56 earmarked non-viable schools are turned into ECD centers. All the government buildings that are abandoned must be renovated and turned into ECD centers. You must capacitate our ECD practitioners and employ them on a permanent basis. Madam Speaker, we want to make a call to the MEC to make sure that they always have money aside to deal with schools that they can be damaged during the period of this financial year. It is very disappointing that as we speak now, there are schools that they are still damaged and they are not being repaired. We take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate our learners who made us proud in 2024. And then we encourage those that are in matric this year to make sure that they make us proud and get more.
Thank you so much, Ntate Walter Molapo, for saving my 2 minutes, 20 seconds. I will now allow Honorable Rakhwale, the chair of the committee, to close the debate.
Thank you so much. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, and the Premier in absentia, and all MECs present here, and honorable colleagues, good afternoon. Mulapa, was listening to you very attentively. You must now listen to me. And I'm not sure as to whether the congratulatory message of matric result, you just woke up now. I don't understand what's happening. I don't have a problem with that. You just woke up now, Molapo, and in August, a month before matric, you want to congratulate learners. I don't know whether you are congratulating the ones that are about to write, or you are congratulating the ones by last year. Madam Speaker, I rise to address honorable members during this important month of August. As we continue celebrating Women's Month, the Portfolio Committee responsible for education would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the vital role that women play in shaping the future of our province through education. Honorable Mapoulo, you are the whip of EFF. When we arrange the oversight, we then talk about 3 schools that we will visit. When we arrange 3 schools, tell your members to make sure that they visit the 3 schools so that they have the feel of what is happening in all those schools. When we say we are going to go to 4 schools in Sekhukhune, can we all attend to those 4 schools? You don't attend one school and come back here and want to depend on the very same report that we produce, and you want to come and say this and that is not happening. Now, women are not only learners and educators, but also leaders, mentors, and role players who inspire and empower future generations. As procedural in carrying out its constitutional mandate, the Portfolio Committee on Education succeeding in promoting gender equality and empowering women and girls through education. We believe that education is the powerful tool for transforming lives and communities, and we are dedicated to ensuring that all learners, regardless of gender, have access to quality education that enable them to reach their full potential. Madam Speaker, it will be wrong for me not to mention that in most schools where principals are women, we are getting good results, and that on its own, it shows massive steps towards women empowerment. Infrastructure development, the NC government has invested significantly in education infrastructure, including building new schools, upgrading existing ones, and providing resources such as textbooks and technology. And I think Honorable Maringa has gone deeply in making sure that Honorable MEC Dikharakhere, the implementing agency, are really, to a certain extent, not doing good to the Department of Education. I can't speak about other departments when it comes to infrastructure development. Surely, I think Honorable Maringa was able to stress on that matter to ensure that let's try to assist the department, because as and when we conduct oversight, some of those appalling situations, when we come back, it always boils back to your department. Colleagues, as we strive to provide quality education for all, it's essential that our schools have the necessary infrastructure to support teaching and learning. The committee noted that progress has been made in infrastructure development and that 69 schools are still awaiting appropriate ablution facilities. It was further being reported that the department prided itself on the delivery of 95 classrooms in 2023-2024 financial year. Furthermore, it was reported that the department is committing to build schools in growing towns that are identified as hotspots to improve access to education in the financial year 2024-2025. Investing in education infrastructure is essential for providing quality education and building a skilled and educated workforce. Let's continue working together to ensure that all our schools have the necessary infrastructure to support teaching and learning. On public ordinary schools, we are saying that they are the backbone of our education system, providing access to quality education for all learners. There was no target from this program in the first quarter of the year under review, and all targets are planned for the fourth quarter of the year under review. In the first quarter of the 2023-2024 financial year, the department spent 8,148,011 billion, or 25.9 of the budget allocation of 31,434,870 billion. There was no material differences in the spending on this program during the first quarter of both years. Madam Speaker, the committee noted significant progress in this program. Some notable achievements include appointment of educator assistants, infrastructure development, and school construction, which is scheduled to be completed between the last quarter of 2023-2024 and first quarter of 2024-2025. Despite the progress made, public ordinary schools in Limpopo will face challenges that need to be addressed, such as upgrading and maintaining school infrastructure to provide a conducive learning environment, providing ongoing professional development and resource to support teachers in delivering quality education, ensuring that learners have access to quality education regardless of their background of socioeconomic status. On early childhood development, we are saying, allow me to borrow some words from Paulo Freire, when he said, as I quote, "Education is a revolutionary act," close quote. To harness the transformative power of education for sustainable development, we must ensure every child has access to quality education. This requires investing in education infrastructure, recruiting and training qualified teachers, and providing learning materials and resources that are relevant, engaging, and culturally responsive. The purpose of this program is to provide early childhood at grade R and pre-grade R under white paper, which include e-learning also. The department spent 148,375 million, or 19.5% of the allocated budget of 760,467 million in the quarter under review. The spending in the first quarter of 2023-2024 was 142 million, or 21% of the budget allocation of 676,953 million. There is a decline in budget spending from 21% in 2023-2024 to 19% in 2024-2025 financial year. Support services under school safety. The reports indicates that the department makes strides in supporting the much needed essential report services. They include the school nutrition program, scholar transport for qualified learners, and timely delivery of top up textbooks, and school furniture. Further, the school governing body elections were successfully conducted, ensuring democracy representation in school governance. Support services and school safety remain a critical component of a healthy and thriving education system. By prioritizing this aspect, we can create an environment where learners feel safe, supported, and empowered to succeed. On teenage pregnancy, MEC, we are saying there's a significant concern in Limpopo schools within the province, which is having one of the highest rates of teenage pregnancy in South Africa. According to the recent statistics, Limpopo reported 5,954 teenage pregnancies in 2022, with teenage between 10 to 17 years old giving birth. This issue affects not only the learners, but also the education system as a whole. The Department of Education, in consultation with the Department of Health, has put measures in place to educate learners about teenage pregnancy, HIV and AIDS, together with STIs and substance abuse. The committee deliberated on the matter and asked the department to collaborate with the Department of Health and Social Development to fast-track the process of assisting learners with programs to prevent teenage pregnancies. On Back to School campaign, the 2025 Back to School campaign report highlights the importance of strategic marketing, community engagements, and support of learners, parents, and educators. The oversight visit took place against the backdrop of Limpopo province having achieved an 85.1% grade 12 pass rate in 2024 academic year, which was a 5.6% increase from 2023 79.5%. And the average national rate was 87.3%. The province recorded significant achievement to that effect. On the findings, generally, most challenges are similar, Those challenges include, but not limited to, poor infrastructure of school, in some schools, misaligned funding formulas for technical high school, shortage of educators, specifically for mathematics and physical science. Some schools are gradually phasing out subjects like accounting, which is a great concern to us as a committee. We have observed that the trend may be premised on the misconception that accounting is a difficult subject for learners. That needs to be looked into, Honorable MEC. Guided by, I know why MEC Makamu says serious. Guided by this observation, the committee felt that the priority for some schools is shifting towards quantitative achievement as opposed to qualitative achievement. On school functionality, most of school principals have a good working relationship with their SMTs and educators. The committee recommends that the department must prioritize building strong relationships in our schools to create a better future for our learners. When principals, SMTs, and educators work together, they can share ideas, expertise, and resources, leading to better outcomes of learners. We therefore recommend the following: that the Department of Education must address labor relations issues emerging at various affected schools as they affect learning and teaching, that the Department of Education must strengthen stakeholders' engagement to mobilize the broader society to participate in the school affairs of their learners, that the Portfolio Committee on Education must engage in public participation to rejuvenate the spirit of active citizenry towards improved education, that the department should provide the progress made in the implementation of resolutions on the Back to School campaign made in the previous administrations, that the land in Medzi Tetla should be expropriated. But I think on this one, MEC, we got the briefing and I think we're happy with the progress. We'll be monitoring that progress as a committee. That the department must develop a 12-month turnaround strategy on the completion of Riboni School for the Blind. As I conclude, the committee, having considered the 2023-2024 annual report, first quarter, second quarter, third and fourth, and 2025 Back to School campaign report, the Portfolio Committee on Education recommends to the House to accept the report and that the Department of Education should comply with the recommendations of the committee as indicated above. Honorable Speaker, I therefore move on behalf of the committee that this report be adopted as the report of this August House. I move accordingly. Thank you. I gave you 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Rakhwali. Will now allow the Honorable the MEC for Department of Education, Bu Honorable Me, Bu Mabungu Luruli Ramakanya, to come and respond to the debate. You have 5 minutes, Ma.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, the Masiari, to the Honorable Dr. Makrupecha, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chief Whip, the Whipari, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues, MECs, and honorable members of the House. Let me take this time and start by thanking Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee for the guidance and the support. The issues that have been raised in the debate are very, very progressive and actually showing support to us as a department. We want to acknowledge that I want to take to do an apology for members who have been battered by their own opposing views that today they do not see the goodness that is happening under this 7th administration. We are a government led by the Premier and we are responding to the Limpopo issues. So thank you so much to the committee and those that are positive towards our work. We want to also call upon the researchers from the different political parties. I have noted, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say it here publicly, that the researchers goes into our Facebook page and the website and they look at the plans that we are putting forward. And the members, when they come to debate, they debate it publicly so that then when we implement the plans that we have put in public, it's like we are responding to them. I need to raise it. So the researchers should be able to do their work. Insinuation or whatever, Honorable Speaker, truth should be told, because we thought we'll be here to get support, but we are being based by things that we are doing.
the GNU Minister of the Department of Education came to Limpopo and actually acknowledged us to say we are participating and addressing sanitary issues. And Chair, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say on this August month, we are celebrating women. And I want to say, we are also being guided by the Freedom Charter Month, which says the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. And today we are presenting the story of resilience. We want to also acknowledge that we have got women who are excelling in physical science, and we want to pay tribute to all the women teachers in this month. We want to also say over 60% of our winning educators are women in this province. And I also need to indicate that the Department of Education Maintenance Blitz, which repaired 240 schools in 2024 alone, fixing roofs, windows, and sanitation. Over 12 state-of-the-art schools built since 2023, focusing on rural and township communities. And these, Honorable Speaker, our Focus Schools program targets high potential institutions to lead systematic change. Girls' advancement in STEM focused schools. Girls now comprise nearly 52% of learners. It's a radical shift from 40% in 2021. These are just some of the issues that we want to say to the committee. Thank you so much for your guidance. We are also on one of the resolutions, I can report that we are under curriculum, Honorable Chair and the members of the legislature, through you, Speaker, that we are emphasizing the three-stream model being revived in all our schools, so that then all our subjects could be able to get equal opportunity, and we should be able to deal with that. We are actually happy that the committee has resolved to engage stakeholders. Let's start with the BELA regulations that have been publicized, because our SGBs need to make comments to protect the advancement and protect the education of our learners in the rural, so that then those that are in comfortable positions cannot take decisions on behalf of our rural schools. So we'll really want to thank the members for having given us guidance, and I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you'll agree with me that as the Department of Education, we receive the congratulations of the 2024 class of grade 12 from Honorable Mulapo, because he have seen that we are doing and we are fairly performing well on our metric result. Thank you so much.
Roliwang Amanda Skoni, Honorable MEC for Education, Rekolibuwa Ndezone. Now we'll proceed, honorable members. Can we now come back to the House members? We are on 7.9, where we are going to be requesting the consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development, Chair of the Committee, Honorable Bella Gupa Mabuza. Batho ba utswa sekgoeng sa kgole-kgole. So, Honorable Monama, ke a tseba hore le tswa le yena, a le sa bolela sa Wits. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My greetings to your good self, the Honorable Dr. Makhado, our Premier, the MECs present here, and the honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I'm here to table the 2023-2024 fourth quarter report, Department on Agriculture and Rural Development, for consideration and adoption.
Thank you, Chair. Any seconder? Honorable Abednego.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. From America, we second the motion.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to table 2023-2024 annual report of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Spopela.
Ke leboga Speaker ke ema go thekga pego e bjago ke Chairperson wa Agriculture. Thank you.
Ra leboga the Wipari. Honorable Chair.
Thank you once more, Honorable Dr. Makrupecha. I'm here to table the 2024-2025 first quarter report of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Raukhale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the presentation as made by the Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to table the 2024-2025 second quarter report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Dr. Chair Selani.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to second the Honorable Dongala Mavoso, Mushengu Chabalala, Bela Kamabuza.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, re bontše gore re mo go tlo bja pego le gore pego ya rena ya 2024-2025 third quarter report ya Department ya rena Agriculture and Rural Development e ya le hloko e be e tšeelwe hloko.
Any seconder? Honorable Pokani.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I second the move made by the Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to table the 2024-2025 fourth quarter report, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, for consideration and adoption.
Thanks very much. Any seconder? Honorable Elmari.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I stand to second the 24-25 fourth quarter report, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here again to table the oversight visit to Mokopong and Waterberg on the 12th February 2025 for consideration and adoption.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Baulwane Buchibase.
Ndikutakuwa utikedzwa maambiwa oambiwa unga mdzula chiduru.
Kakamera ndende rolibu. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Honorable Speaker. I'm here to table the report on agric study tour in Majaji Citrus Farm, Palabora and Maria Suele cotton farm at Lereken village, Mokechwao, on the 19th and 20 February 2025 for consideration and adoption.
Honorable Munama.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I rise to support the presentation by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
You can hear the English. That. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed and we shall now refer to the speakers list. In terms of the speakers list, the person who's starting as well is coming here to talk the nice English, coming from America, Honorable Hassan Ngoveni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Chief Whip, Honorable Aesop Mukhonyan, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Rogers Manama. We're talking properly there at the summit level in terms of the lexicon and the diction. You will hear as I proceed that the English has been altered a little bit. The leader of government business, MEC Rogers Makamu, esteemed members of the Executive Council, honorable members and guests, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to address this esteemed House on such serious matters of strategic importance as the rice, the bread, the mealie meal that fills the pot, the tantalizing goat meat, the rich flour of nguni meat, the milk that nourishes the citrus, the cotton wool that warms our homes, the honey, the jam for our province and its people. These are not merely commodities, Honorable Speaker, but livelihoods for our province and dependable source for rural economy. As you would know, this view is predicated on the knowledge that South Africa is a country of two agricultures. On the one hand, is subsistence farming, if you like, the smallholder farmers, while on the other is commercial farming. And to this extent, we do appreciate the fact that government becomes an important tool to assuage or to mitigate the difference or the gap that exists between the two. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development remains a toolbox in the hands of the people to better improve their lives through unrestricted access to land, for they don't regard land as merely geography, but as the heartbeat of their history and the canvas upon which they paint their future. Canvas means foundation in simple English. It is not just the soil, it is the soul, it is life. It is not only central to ensuring food security, but also vital in driving inclusive growth, job creation, and rural transformation. Karl Marx eloquently articulated the significance of the basic survival needs of humans before any intellectual gymnastics, when he said, and I quote, "Man must eat before he can think," close quotes. During the State of the Nation address on 7 February 2025, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa reminded us on our most urgent tasks when he said, and I quote, grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce grinding poverty, and improve the lives of all South Africans, close quotes. This national imperative is adequately articulated in the manifesto of the African National Congress, the biggest organization on earth, and was further embellished by our Premier, Honorable Dr. Popira Matuba, in her address to this August House on the 27th of February 2025, when she said, and I quote, inclusive growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, close quote. Honorable members, the Department of Agriculture is uniquely positioned to help us meet these goals. If we invest meaningfully in farm support programs, particularly and specifically for emerging farmers, we will not only strengthen food security, but also unlock new opportunities for employment and economic growth. We commend the department for consistently and regularly achieving unqualified audit opinions. This is the semblance of good governance and ethical leadership. This is the semblance, of course, however, we urge the MEC and her administration to aim higher and pursue a clean audit in the next financial year. This can be achieved through robust internal controls, regular audits, and strict monitoring to prevent irregular expenditure and restatement of figures. Reflecting on 2023-2024 fourth quarter and annual reports, as well as the quarterly reports for 2024-2025, we note the following. In the fourth quarter 2023-2024, the department spent 96% of its adjusted budget, leaving 4% unspent. While this performance is undeniably remarkable, we are particularly concerned about underspending in the agricultural producer support and development program, which is a key driver for job creation and economic inclusion. This must particularly serve as our pet peeves. Pet peeves are those things that are being done that must not be done and must never be done, in simple English. Underspending must never ever be tolerated, even if it's 1%. 1% is one too much in the context of provision of services to our people. On 12 February 2025, the Portfolio Committee conducted oversight in Modimolle-Mokgopo, Waterberg District, visiting farmers heavily affected by floods, namely Tsela Trading, SL and Sons, and Vara Dipelo. These farmers suffered significant losses, including crops, broilers, storage dams, and feed. The department must move with agility in ensuring that these affected farmers get support they need and deserve from the government that they love. Specifically in this regard, we would like to implore on the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Nakedi Kekana, and her hardworking team to waste no time in implementing disaster relief schemes to support these affected farmers. Oversight work must continue as they bring government closer to the communities that we serve. In conclusion, the Portfolio Committee stands firm, not behind the department, but besides it, towards achieving a clean audit, strengthening farmer support, implementing disaster relief, and conducting regular oversight. We have full confidence in the executive authority steering this department and believe they can achieve even greater success in the next financial year. I'm certain that we all understand the importance of this department as it relates to the livelihood of our province and its people. I wish to end by quoting one of the founders of Marxism, Frederick Engels in the funeral of Karl Marx in 1883, and I quote, "Mankind must first of all eat, drink, have shelter and clothing before it can pursue politics, science, art, religion, etc." Close quotes. Thank you very much.
You know, it's very good that Mlamza, me 5 minutes in Kwai. I can. And we now call Honorable Veli Lechek. We now call Honorable Veli Lechek. Cyril, you have 7 minutes. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Musina-Makhado. Greetings to all the members in the House and our MECs, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, and the Deputy Chair from America, to the Leader of the Opposition, Commissar Honorable Mapulo, and to the Kalari, Head of Mkondo SEZ, Comrade John Gomez, and my guest. I have a guest here. Yeah. Mr. Tamarantabing Rabutata, the chairperson of Block Spikers Volleyball in Seshego. He is my guest and the guest of Honorable Jerry Maseko. Is our guest. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I'm not here as an opposition to oppose even on the good. Where it is due, for the sake of our people, not of your own pockets, you must compliment. I'm part of that committee, which is hard at work, to make the department to account to the people of the province. Sometimes whatever we do is not to ask questions or favors, but to make sure that we put an emphasis for the service delivery of our people. Today we gather to discuss the reports for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The foundational issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequality stem from the theft of land and mineral resources. Our people have long been made slaves and reduced to laborers. We need things to turn around now. The department must prioritize provision of financial aid, research, support, and marketing to farmers. While we acknowledge the department's efforts in trying to drive agriculture growth and rural development, we cannot ignore the challenges that hindered the progress in the previous financial years. Understanding the department's inability to utilize allocated funds effectively raises questions about the budgeting and financial management. The root causes of the underspending have not been clarified, and this is a clap on the face of citizens who are eagerly awaiting for department's intervention while the department sits on taxpayers' money. Agriculture graduate placements. Failing to meet targets for graduate placements in programs is a missed opportunity for skills development and future growth. We need them to be in charge and retain talent and skill in the agricultural sector as it contributes a lot to job creation and food security. Disaster Relief Fund, it's a bit Honorable Englishman Ngobeni has touched on it. We are fully supporting Honorable the Englishman Ngobeni on that part of the relief fund. We need to support our farmers who are affected by this part. I know with the committee that I'm sitting at, we will give a report as to how far has the department gone in terms of that. And my last part, I won't mention it again. Issue as a citrus farming. We must get the dates now. When are you beginning to work out the disaster there? You have been telling us, giving us big figures, like the figures that were given to the MSc for Education. Mr. Mlapo has given the MSc for Education good names. Arguments is my billion. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jack, for saving my 2 minutes. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Honorable Andres Moss. Andre Moss, Andrea. You also, your 7 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier, esteemed members of the Executive Council, leaders of the opposition parties, and members of this House and guests. Honorable Speaker, the department can present clean-looking books, but when the AG points to material misstatements, poor quality assurance, weak internal controls, and recurring irregular expenditure, 62 million on fencing, 2.2 million on local content, non-compliance, and a staggering 75 million on a tomato paste installation, all flagged for irregular expenditure. 29 capital projects still incomplete, including the Nojax tomato processing plant, a so-called catalytic project left to rot on private land. Honorable Speaker, catalytic projects should be about creating jobs and growing our economy. Instead, they've become monuments to government's inability to plan, manage, and deliver. Some project gets attention and funding because of high-profile beneficiaries. Support to smallholder producers is inconsistent. Some farmers receive double assistance while others are left out completely, a fact confirmed by the Auditor General in previous years. The target to place unemployment agriculture graduate in internships was missed entirely because contracts expired and were not renewed. In a province overflowing with trained but jobless agriculture graduates, this is an insult. The department cannot claim to support youth development while allowing trained young people to sit at home while projects go understaffed. What about the Nguni cattle loans? We still have no clear account of where they are, who benefited, and whether the program even exists anymore. If the department cannot track its own livestock, how can we expect it to manage multi-million rand projects? Even in education and training, the foundation of agricultural growth, we see underperformance. The Tombi Selecta Agriculture Colleges remains in limbo on the question of migration of higher education, while only 50% of training programs targets were met. Meanwhile, unemployed agriculture graduates watch from the sidelines as acting managers and staff shortages cripple service delivery. These failures are not isolated incidents. They reflect a systematic problem in planning, management, and accountability. The department is reactive instead of proactive, more concerned with reporting high percentages than with delivering high-impact results. An 86% achievement rate means nothing if it is missing 14%, contains the project that farmers and rural communities rely on most. A 98% expenditure rate means little if that spending fails to translate into tangible improvements on the ground. The AG has reportedly warned about weak internal controls, inconsistent projects, and poor data integrity. Yet the same patterns continue quarter after quarter, year after year. Regarding the oversight report on flood-affected farms in Mokgopong, across all 3 farms, the pattern is the same. No functional early warning systems, no insurance, because premiums are unaffordable. No rapid response framework from agriculture disasters. No proactive infrastructure planning to make farms flood resilient. This is not just a failure to respond, it's a failure to prepare, to plan, and to protect food security of our province. The recommendations in this report contour plowing, raised structures, drainage systems, flood-resistant crop, modern weather forecasting are not new ideas. They have been in policy documents for years. The problem is political will and execution. Honourable Speaker, farmers cannot wait for endless feasibility studies while their fields lie bare and their storerooms stand empty. Every day without action pushes them closer to bankruptcies, job losses, and food insecurity for our province. The floods of January 2025 were a natural disaster, but the economic disaster that followed was man-made, the product of a government that reacts slowly, plans poorly, and fails to see that agriculture is not just another department's portfolio. It is the livelihood of Limpopo's economy. Honourable Speaker, all the programs across the same issues keep coming back. Chronic delays in procurement and contractor performances, underutilization of available funds in some areas while overspending in others without clear results, vacancies in critical technical posts that remained unfilled for months, even years, a lack of proper monitoring and evaluation to track whether projects are actually delivering the intended benefits on the ground. In conclusion, the department reports percentages. Our farmers live with realities. A missed fencing target means crop loss to stray livestock. A failed disease surveillance target means an outbreak spread further and faster. An expired graduate placement means another young person with a degree is sitting at home instead of contributing to food production and security. Honourable Speaker, Limpopo's agriculture potential is vast. We have the land, the skills, the climate, and the people to be a food powerhouse, but potential alone will not feed our people or grow our economy. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to Honorable El Marie. Your 9 minutes starts now, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thanks for the opportunity. The Premier in absentia, all our MECs, also those who are still present, thank you very much. Honourable members, also our guests, I see we have a lot of guests today, you are most welcome. Speaker, it's very hard to believe that this House is expected to consider the quarterly reports and annual reports for the 24-25 year when we are still in the 25-26 financial year. Quarterly reports are not mere bureaucratic formalities. They are this legislature's early warning system so that we can track performance and spending in real time and act before a crisis deepens. May I just say that I'm really privileged to be part of this committee and thank our chairperson that she's always active and that she makes it possible for us to do our work. Thank you. But in this instance, the horse has already bolted, so I would focus on the oversight. Speaker, the oversight visit to the Majeji citrus farm in Palaborwa and the Maria Swele cotton farm was not a sightseeing trip. It was an exercise in accountability. What we found was both inspiring and deeply frustrating, and a tale of two farms, so to speak. At Majeji, we saw what can be achieved when government, communities, and private partners pull in the same direction. A 40% community shareholding, funded with nearly 30 million of public money, is producing export-grade fruit, not just fruit, export. Creating jobs and showing the promise of real transformation and growth. As we have seen in our reports, there's a scope for growth and it's really happening. So that's really very positive. And yet, after years of public investment, bottlenecks still remain because of slow bureaucracy and a failure to resolve basic service delivery issues with ESCOM and other departments. And we really need to focus on that so that we can prevent that the obstacles prevent these people from reaching their potential. And indeed, this is a real positive development if you look at the farming sector in Limpopo. At the Maria's Valley Cotton Farm, we saw something else. Resilience in the face of neglect. This women-led cooperative in the Women Month produces quality cotton and provides seasonal work to over 160 women from disadvantaged households. But it operates without irrigation, depends entirely on rainfall, has outdated equipment and no proper storage facilities. Workers are not being trained in modern farming methods. The farmers have no voice in price negotiations, and the cooperative remains locked out of the value chain, selling raw fiber instead of capturing value through processing. Here again, government support has been piecemeal. Inputs and small grants, yes, but no sustainable plan to make the enterprise truly competitive or profitable. And this is really one project that we can make a difference. Speaker, we cannot continue to pour public funds into projects without removing the very obstacles that threaten their survival. We cannot celebrate job creation if those jobs are only seasonable, insecure, and vulnerable to collapse the moment the weather turns against us. And I want to support the previous speakers who speak about this, that we really need to make our farmers resilient, because we know South Africa and Limpopo is prone to all sorts of insecurity, vulnerability. We know there are storms, we know there are floods, drought. It's all part of this province. So our recommendations we would like to ask, and we like to say and propose, and we really like to urge the department, fix the electricity and water infrastructure at Majeji Citrus, because we can do something. We can assist these people to become really profitable. They already show that they can create export quality fruit. It's really a good achievement. Let's support them. And let's fund the packhouse expansion. And this is what they asked. They said, we are going to grow. Just help us to expand the packhouse, and we can do that. And then get irrigation into the Maria's Valley Cotton Farm and modernize its machinery. Assist them so that they are not dependent constantly on rainfall, so that they can grow and they can create even better quality. And then include farm workers in training. Don't keep skills locked away in boardrooms, because these very farm workers, one day they must become the farmers. So let's assist them. Support farmer presentation and price negotiation and make their hands strong. The people in these communities deserve more than ribbon cutting and photo ops. They deserve projects that work. They deserve profits that are shared fairly and jobs that last. I would like to also say something about the flooded affected farms in Mokopong. What we need is for farmers to have the equipment and the technology to know when these floods are coming. We have the technology. Let's empower the farmers. We cannot rely on our department to keep on running around everybody and say, listen, watch, this flood is coming. No, we must empower our farmers. They are very good with these smart cell phones. Let's just assist them to get the technology. We need more responsive and responsible government. I would like to thank the committee for their hard work, and I also agree that we stand next to the department, but we will be critical and we will do our oversight under the leadership of our chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you so much. You can hear that this committee work as a collective. We really appreciate. We now go to Honorable Malemela Dumisani. You have 11 minutes. Your 11 minutes starts now.
Madam Speaker, I don't mean to say chairperson, ya EFF ko we do say we people go thatso. Ke leboe maloko ka moka ona a legislature. Honorable Speaker, a gona bohlatsi bja gore khoro ye ina le maikemišetšo a go bontšha gore tšhelete mo tla berekisiwa botse. Batho ba Limpopo ba seke ba gopola gore seemo se sa khoro sa ditšhelete se tla fetoga. Maemo a go laola ditšhelete mo kgorong ye a iphuhlame ke ka fao ba palelwa ke go tšwela pele. Honorable Speaker, pegong ya gago ya AG o laeditše gore ditšhelete tša letsema grants ga di a begwa ka gare ga annual performance plan. Lebaka ke eng ditšhelete tše di sa bewa? Batho ba Limpopo ba nyaka go tseba. Ebile gape re tshwenyegile ka gore lepego e baleile potlano ga yona bjale gabotse ka mokgwa wa go ba le batletši ka mogare ga annual performance plan. Honorable Speaker, what is the expenditure for the irregular expenditure which was due to the breach of 5 pillars of procurement? Apparently, the main contributors of this irregular expenditure were procurement of fencing for 62 million SCM, local content for 2.2 million, and the installation for tomato passed for 72 million. This irregular expenditure, it tšhelete kgopolo ya rena ya gore ga gona taolo ye kaone ya ditšhelete mo kgorong ye. Irregular expenditure has become a norm in the government that has demonstrated incapacity since its inception. Honorable Speaker, it is irregular and disappointed that the strategic program Produce Support Rural Development failed to convert budget into outcomes. The ANC has created a small bananas republic in this province where certain people are beyond reproach that they can just mess up and nothing happen to them. The procurement processes for the city, drilling and testing of boreholes contributed to this non-compliance. The continued violation of Public Finance Management Act PFMA is something which all of us should worry about as it constitution, maladministration and poor government. Did the department apply consequences management to the people who caused the delay on financial of the project agreement which ARC Agriculture Research Council they impacting negatively on the procurement of goods and services for kaonafatšo ya dikgomo? Honorable Speaker, we have also noted with great disappointment the value of the department to manage their catalytic projects. Catalytic projects have the potential to grow the economy, alleviate poverty, and create jobs for our people. The Nojax tomato processing plant in Polizi, 15 kilometers from Zanini, which was told for many years, is still the elephant in the room. The department bought machinery from abroad with taxpayers' money, and yet nothing is happening on site. Can the MEC report to this House on the investigation conducted by the National Department of Agriculture, Rural Development into the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, CASAP grant? Can the MEC also furnish the House with a report indicating the number of farms that are leased, the lease period, and the activities on the farm, and further indicate if the farm created jobs? Re kgopela pego ya ditšhelete go batho bao ba adimilwego mašeleni a go reka dikgomo tša nkuni. Re kgopela pego ye e feleletšego MEC. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga Tseadwala and Ntate Malemela Tseadwade. We will now proceed to allow Honorable Kupa Constance Ramadimeja Mabuza. Honorable Constance Ramadimecha Kupa Mabuza to close the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Whipari, Honorable members, the executive members, and our guests in the gallery. Honorable Speaker, we need agriculture 3 times a day. It's a fact. I stand here I'm privileged, Honorable Speaker, to afford this opportunity to address this August House. During the previous rainy season, the agriculture sector was confronted by the disaster of floods, which to some extent, many farmers were affected. And this happened across our length and breadth of our province. During our oversights that were conducted, Waterberg was one of the districts which was also visited in order to assess the impact of the disaster that farmers have experienced. Amongst the farmers that were affected by the floods were Tsela trading. The impact of the floods was severe and they incurred losses in crops such as cotton, sorghum, damage to infrastructure. The intervention of the department was expanded public works program, EPWP. Baradi Pelu farmers, the impact was as well very serious. Maize and cows, roads leading to a farm, and the buildings were affected by the floods. The SL and Sons poultry, it was impacted by the severes as well. The loss was a livestock, significant loss of broilers, sawdust, broiler feeds, access roads to the farm. We cited these 3 farmers, but not limited to them, because a disaster was experienced in some parts of all the districts of our province. Madam Speaker, there were recommendations from the farmers on what must happen to be assisted by the department. The report is with the officials of the department, and we hope that our Honorable MEC, Nakedi Sibanda-Kekana, will follow it up. Madam Speaker and honorable members, on the 19th to 20th of February 2025, we had a study tour with the delegation of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture from Northwest Province. The tour visited Macheche Citrus Farm in Mopani and Maria Soele Cotton in Matlereken Village in Skukune District. Our counterparts benchmarked to out province to learn about how we operate as the Portfolio Committee, and also to get knowledge about the citrus and cotton farming. Accordingly, the Portfolio Committee affirmed that they were able to learn good practices in relation to the whole study tour in general. And we really appreciate it. But just to reflect about the governing party commitment in their manifesto in relation to job creation, without issuing a lot of details on job creation, they managed to create 110 direct jobs, which is applaudable, especially given the fact that the department have managed to assist them with 29 million rand. Madam Speaker, the tour should remind us of the words of the chairperson of Agriculture during the Limpopo Investment Conference, Mr. Matthew Posa, who indicated that to our province is currently contributing 60% of South Africa's fruits, vegetables, maize meal, wheat, and cotton production. He further indicated that our province is contributing 2 billion in annual turnover at the Johannesburg Fresh Product Market. Honorable Speaker, the manifesto of the governing party, the African National Congress, on the creation of jobs is uncompromising. Any opportunity that seeks to open and create more jobs is welcome. We appreciate the efforts and hard work of Mr. Bafedile Mafulogela, as his success story was cited or highlighted in the State of the Province address presented by our Honorable Premier of our province, Dr. Popira Matu, and she said, open close, it is during this period when Mr. Bafedile Mafulogela and his business partner embarked on cattle farming venture, starting with just 27 cattle. Today they manage over 3,000 cattle and have expanded their irrigation from 15 to 300 hectares. Sampata is on track to become the largest 100% black-owned red meat producer in Limpopo, creating over 300 jobs, close quote. We are also keen that the Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development shall have or produce more and more of Mr. Bafedile Mafulogela. We will be able to create more jobs as needed by our provincial economy. Madam Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development managed to achieve 81.5% target in all their programs in the 2023-2024 fourth quarter. And it is applauded, especially given the fact that in the previous quarter, they achieved 77.4%. They managed to improve. The improvement does not mean that they must relax. More work needs to be done to achieve 100% target. Madam Speaker, on foot and mouth disease, the department targeted to conduct 74 vaccination sessions. Only 43 were achieved, leaving a variation of 31 outstanding. It is concerning that some areas have shortfalls and underperformance. We urge the executive authority to navigate and closely monitor this kind of backlogs, because this phenomenon will affect the attainment of clean audit. On higher education and training, the department targeted to produce 80 students who graduated with agricultural qualifications. Then 76 students were produced. The other remaining 4, their courses are still pending, and they are going to be able to finish in the next semester, which is understandable. But furthermore, the department did not manage to achieve 100% on agriculture, education and training strategy to all agriculture sector participants to establish a knowledgeable, prosperous and competitive sector. This is the program that is responsible for the operations of the 2 agricultural colleges in the province, namely Mazibandlela and Tombisilika. The governing party is also anxious about the pace in which the 2 colleges are moving in relation to the migration of them to the Department of Higher Education. We also urge the MEC, Honorable Nakedi Sibanda-Kekana and her team to prioritize it. Madam Speaker, on revenue collection, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development managed to collect a revenue of 24.7 million in the financial year 2023-2024 compared to 11.3 million in the financial year 22-23. This signifies the improvement and therefore the results are welcome and applaudable. We urge the executive authority to keep it up. Madam Speaker, on the Auditor General, we commended the department for achieving the unqualified audit opinion once again in the financial year 2023-2024. We wish to state it that our approach in the next financial year should change so that we can move to a clean audit. The department has been stagnant on this opinion, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable MEC Nakedi Kekansibanda and the team are the ones that they can assist us to achieve because they are running day-to-day programs of the department. Honorable Speaker, the priorities should be given to internal controls and measures that can be applied to monitor and evaluate each programs timelessly. The resolution that were developed to track how each program or project move, they will assist the department in general. We trust in the leadership of the Honorable MEC that the manifesto of our governing party shall be implemented at every opportunity. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, re ke yona report ya rena agriculture re bea mo pele ga baetapele ba gore ba tle ba kgone go amogela e be the resolution ya ntlo. Re a leboga Honorable Speaker le ba ba go tla ja mašata.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair of the committee, for closing the debate. We'll now allow executive. I'm not sure, honorable members, order, honorable members. But Honorable Mapoulo and Honorable Lebogo, you are going to kill my sister during August month, and you will be accused because she laughs until her lungs out. So we don't know what she's laughing. So, so be careful of what you are doing. So can we now allow the Honorable MEC Makamo to respond as the leader of government business? On behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Musina-Makhado SEZ.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dr. Musina-Makhado, the Speaker, and all the executive members and all the members, including the leader of the opposition. Thanks very much. We will try to respond to the debate on behalf of the MEC Nagedis Banda, responding on behalf of a woman during this Women's Month, who is leading this department from a better height. Honorable Ngoveni spoke very well about how we find ourselves as this country where we have got two classes of farming, where you will have the subsistence farmers and the commercial farmers. And it's exactly the point that we should be able to support even those farmers who you will call subsistence farmers. Honorable Hel Marie said it nice when she spoke of the study tour in Majeje citrus, where about 400 hectares are supposed to be planted. And as we speak, she speaks about already starting to export fresh produce, citrus. I'm not so sure, honorable members, if the 30% tariff that has been put by the President of America, Donald Trump, it is not going to set us back, because where we have to export, it's exactly. And Honorable Smale, Honorable Mar, I don't know what informed that. Maybe you have got an answer. What is it that has made that decision to be taken? And if that were supposed to be looked into, including the visit that we have conducted in Mukopong, in Mabluol, all these things were going to be one day something that we can tell a good story, and I think we should be able to talk about that. I have heard a number of speakers talking about the disaster that has happened in all the farms that they have attended to. I can confirm that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development may not necessarily have enough money to support, but that's why they are busy also making submission or application to the Department of Coxta, since we are responsible for disaster relief, to try to support them. But already work has been done. If you look at Tila Trading, the earth dam that was demolished there, we have already started to give the fertilizers, the seeds, to replant the crops that has happened already, including what Honorable Chair spoke about in terms of supporting them with PWP employees to make sure work is being done. I also want to take time, Honorable Mapolo, that Honorable Dumisani spoke so well about the audit outcomes and try to show how the department is not performing. May I open a class a bit? That you have got a department that can get an adverse, a disclaimer, a qualified, unqualified with matters, and qualified, unqualified without matters. The Department of Agriculture is sitting on unqualified with matters. What it means is that they have gone beyond the disclaimer, the adverse, the qualified. So we are just left with small work to be done so that we can get a clean audit. And I think the department should be commended for the good work that they are doing. And if we are sitting here as honorable members, just want to say things even when good work is happening, it will be unfair to the public. Then we should be able to do. Let me come to the issue of irregular expenditure. Definitely irregular expenditure, when people have to be schooled on it, is when procurement has been done without following the supply chain management process. And a consequence management should be done, I agree with the honorable member. But to put it as if the money is lost, it's a wrong one. It's an issue that the supply chain has not been done, but the fence is there, the irrigation is there, it's only the work that is not. And the department has reduced it from 75 million to about 4 million of the irregular expenditure. And it's there, we are going to do. We should be able to commend the department. The other issue I want to talk about is about beneficiaries of Nguni Cattle Program, that members will want to have the information. And I think this information, it's a public funds, it's a public program. People will be able to get the list as the members have requested. In terms of the CASP program, Honorable Dumisani, the National Department has appointed SIU in the entire country, in the 9 provinces, not the exception of Limpopo, that they should be able to investigate. And we think as a province, we are going to cooperate and make sure that we give all the necessary information, including the project of the Nojax tomato producing plant, which is there next to Zanin. We should be able to deal with that. But we will want to thank members for having given us guidance. I'm standing on behalf of the MEC. We'll be able to share the guidance that we have given. But we are a department that has made sure that Honorable Mapolo had the breakfast today. When we go to lunch, he will be served by this department. When he go and have his supper, it will be part of us as well. So we are a department that we are doing so well as the province. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Honorable MEC. We'll now proceed towards going to the conclusion now. We are now at item 8, announcements. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Is here, you can have it if you don't have in your book. You can use mine. Can we please give the Deputy Chair of Chairs on the announcements? Yeah. We apologize for somebody to ambush you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to make the following announcement. First is that all members are invited to the workshop on Office Bearers Pension Fund, PAMAT, on SARS, scheduled for the 13th of August 2025. It will be on Wednesday, tomorrow, 9 o'clock, at Parliamentary Village. Two, the sitting is scheduled for the 14th of August 2025, which will be on Thursday, here at Luwahomo Legislative Chamber, 10 o'clock. Lastly, lunch is served at committee's boardroom. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
No, you can session in. The workshop tomorrow, honorable members. The workshop is for everybody at the same time. The program will start at the same time with all of us listening to all the presentations. Later, when the presentations are done, honorable members have got an opportunity to engage on their personal matters, medical aid, SARS issues, as well as the pension fund. So individual members can later engage, but in the morning, the program will be presentations by those stakeholders. Once they're done, and individual members can engage on their individual members. So I'm just raising this matter so that members shouldn't think they come as individuals and go. No, it's a workshop for all of us at the same time. Those that are available, let's be there on time, or all of us. We now take this opportunity, honorable members, to thank all of you and thank the good work that you are doing, because we're trying to push all the reports that are lying down there, because we want to push all the backlog. So don't be surprised why our sittings will be taking some time, a bit longer than you expect, because we're making sure that all the reports are presented and considered by the legislature. On that note, honorable members, I take this opportunity to thank you all of you, and thank all the guests. And as they've said, we now come to the end of our sitting for today, and the House is adjourned to Thursday, the 14th of August at 10 o'clock in this Lebuahomu Legislative Chamber. The House stands adjourned. Thank you.